If you enjoyed this, you may. If you enjoyed this, you may. All right, stupid sources, stop moving around on me. I kept clicking on the scene set. It kept switching to the final. Oh, this is professional. All right.
Cutter 9346-52.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hardspace Shipbreaker. Of course, my name is Wakata, and being professional as always. Welcome back to Hardspace. Oh my goodness. I know we retired on our last playthrough, or last play session, right? That was our playthrough by retiring. But as we mentioned at the last session, even though we retired, that we would revisit the title. It didn't mean we would never play it again. We were done with the career mode. You know, over a year of playing it, looking for that stupid poster was, you know, it was time to call it for retirement. But you know, I figure, you know, if we're still until we actually reset the profile, Cutter 52 flew away pretty wealthy, and you know, little fan fiction there, right? We could say he started up his own cutter business, his own ship-breaking business, and maybe hired Dee Dee to come and manage it for him, because, you know, while he might be the boss, he just loves cutting up ships, so he wants to be out there doing it. Or he's too cheap to hire someone else to cut ships. So, you know, we're in between any, you know, major projects, Livestream projects, and this is a great thing to kind of fill the void. And I've been missing this game, so it felt like a good thing to start off and do this evening. So I hope everyone is doing well, and I don't know that we're going to stay to our strict format that we have done in the past. You know, while we were working through our career, we structured our streams where we would do one of each ship type. All right, one Gecko, one Javelin, one Atlas, and one Mackerel. And it worked out pretty good in timing wise, you know, for a full stream. I think we might just play what we want to play. And one of the things I want to play is I want to do a station hopper, because I love these, and I feel like we strayed away from them a little bit, knowing we were wrapping things up. Also, we are still looking for that stupid poster. We can thank a member of our Discord, Nikolai, I think it was. I apologize if I get your name wrong. Posted a screenshot of having found the poster that we were looking for, and stipulated that it was after the you know, the pivotal event in the game that we were concerned about that might have gated us getting it. So we know it's there. We know it's found, and you know, maybe we'll get lucky. We could target ships that are more likely to have posters. I don't know. But I feel like doing a Gecko. I feel like doing a station hopper because I've always loved the dissecting of the floor of the station hopper from underneath, and it's always been one of my favorites. So that's what that's what I want to do.
Welcome to
That's what we're doing.
9000. Thank you for your purchase.
And
Have a nice day.
maybe we'll do another Gecko. Maybe we won't. Who knows? Have fun with it. Forgot how wobbly the controls can get in this game. Hopefully that'll iron out a little bit. But yeah, I have not. I haven't played this since the retirement. I've just been too busy.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Oh, it's a shame. And I keep thinking about,
Airlock depressurizing.
you know, starting over the career mode, just, you know, to play it casually. And I haven't been willing yet to sacrifice this, and I think it's largely because I know that we still don't have that poster. It's almost like there's no going back once we reset the campaign.
Salvage secured.
Hey there, Karate Lars. How you
Applying
doing?
Credit.
Wait a minute. 2 doors on this? These had 2
Airlock
doors. I thought they had a
depressurizing.
door. I think it's a variant, right? Because I think normally it's a door and a cargo space for like crew luggage on where the other door could be. Do I have all the data drives? You know what? I don't know. Probably not, because there's a whole ton of them.
Salvage secured.
We
Credits deposited.
we never spent time listening to. I mean, we would listen to the ones that would go live when you pick them up. But if there were ones that required
Salvage
reading back at
deposited.
home, we never
Applying
spent the
credit
time
to
to do
account.
that. Remind me when we get back into the hab. We can swing by the
Salvage
terminal
secured. Account credit
and
applied.
see what it says about hard drives. I think it tells you if you're missing drives. You know, in early access, I read a lot of them. And then there was a
Salvage
point where I
deposit
stopped reading them
Credits
because
transferred.
I knew there would be more added in 1.0, and I didn't want to, not want to read them because they were all redundant. And then I ended up just not reading them because I was streaming through the whole
Salvage
thing.
deposit secured. Credits awarded.
That's probably something I should do off camera, is just sit here for a bit and read through all the flavor text. Love this ship. Oh, free fuel! We just bought some. Flashlight. As I recall in these ships, usually there's a door, there's a entryway on one side, and then like a storage room on the other side. That is I think the most common set. Posters! Not the right poster, but look for anything that's going to ambush us here. Pressurize. Hey, speaking of, that's a credit drive, isn't it? Yeah, it's a credit drive. Honey. We don't see ambushed objects in this ship quite as often as we do the heavy cargo gecko, but we see them sometimes. Oh, that's the stuff that we already throw in the bed. Yeah, I think we're clear to pressurizing. And this one does not have atmospheric controls in the outer hull. That's going to be a vent. Or fuel we could have gotten for free. I know we're rich and retired, but that doesn't mean we can't have free stuff. Look at this crooked poster. Another crooked poster. Whoever works on this ship is something's wrong with them. All right, let's okay, we have a working regulator in there. There's no way we're using that one though. There's one in. Where is one in here? There isn't one. Okay. But we know that these darn things come off the wall on their own, so just grab it because we know that's not going to be the one we're going to use anyway. There'll be one in the front somewhere. There's one right there. There's one, no door here, so that's 2 we have for this chamber. More posters. Yeah, I knew this would be a good poster. Look at this, posters everywhere. None of them are the ones we're looking for. Here's a working one. Here's one working. All right. As tradition, we'll run it from the front. I remember encountering the huge fuel tanks from largest ships with the yellow tabs directly on them. You're talking about the fuel tanker javelin that we're talking about? I do remember those. I know that they simplified those in 1.0. Took out a third of the cut points. It wasn't that big of a deal, but yeah. Are you talking about the ones on the it has around the sides, or are you talking about the gigantic one in the center?
Air pressure level.
Because the one in the center, they've changed. They actually made the big tank. Yeah, they made that one harder in 1.0. You used to be able to pull it straight out, and they made it a little bit fatter so that it wouldn't fit out of the brackets anymore. There goes that fight closer. So now you have to cut around it, and you have to I think you have to use the demo charges around it now, which you didn't used to have to. It's one of the few things in 1.0 they made more challenging. We've blown up one or two of them since 1.0. We definitely want to close that door off because all that sensitive electronics in there. If something goes flying through this cabin, we don't want it going in there. Empty blow up. Headshot time. Oh, there goes another poster. And a broken regulator is now scrap. Okay, that broke. Must have missed it when I looked around the room. Why is this door? Did we not close this door? Not. Oh, I bet the regulator was in here. We didn't check that room. You just burn away the cross just before the tank. Yeah, we've been using the split saw on it at very careful angles, I think. Yeah, there's just no scenario where it doesn't make me nervous. No. We might use the splits, the stinger. It's been a while. I know it always makes me nervous. I don't like the change that they made to it. It's not a criticism, right? It's not. I'm not saying that they did a bad job on that change. It's just.
Airlock depressurizing.
It just makes me a lot more nervous than it used to.
5 minutes left, Cutter, okay?
Hey, Charmer. Do I think they'll make add multiplayer to Hardspace 2 if they do a part 2? I'm gonna say no. I'm thinking they. I mean, obviously, that's a far and away guess, but I'm gonna have to say I would if they even tried to do anything in a similar vein to this. I'm gonna say they probably won't, because in order for you to do multiplayer in this game, let's say they added multiplayer to this game, right? These little ships would be nothing to 2 to 4 players. I think in order to make the content worthwhile, for a multiplayer scenario, you'd have to have significantly larger ships. I'm thinking what is it? The ship graveyard simulator. What was that was called? The one where you're cutting up like cruise ships and whatever. That's the kind of scale I think that it would have to be for them to get away with multiplayer in a game like this. And by the way, for those who are not aware of it, or not either haven't been watching the game news or are not part of our community Discord, may not have heard that Blackbird Entertainment, which is the developers of this game, recently reacquired full rights to Hardspace Shipbreaker. It's amazing. I mean, this was no news I never would have expected to hear. It's phenomenal news on such an incredible level, because that means the Blackbird has identified this as a IP worth investing in, and that they have future plans for it. And they mentioned that they do have plans for it, that they want to expand on it. But it's more than them just saying, you know, we enjoyed this game, we'd like to expand on it. They've put their money where the mouth is. They have sunk money into reacquiring the rights, and that's a long-term investment. So, as Charmer is alluding to, we might see a Hardspace Shipbreaker 2. In fact, I'm going to go as far as to say, I bet we will see a Hardspace 2. They didn't say that directly. They implied that they wanted to have access to the whole IP for exploring and expanding the Hardspace universe. But we might see spin-off games that, you know, involve these ships and things like that. But I bet there will be a Hardspace 2. Won't see it anytime soon, but yeah, I was so excited. I mean, I would have never guessed that would be a thing. That, you know, because this is, you know, when you see indie titles like this, even ones that are successful, you know, the small companies, they often just move on to their next project or whatever it is, or you know, just don't have the capital to return to their title, because you know, a small developer who has to get help from, you know, other investors, like Focus Entertainment was their partners in this game. You know, they sign away rights. And then, you know, maybe if it's successful, then they can parlay the income they made off of that into moving into new titles, and then keeping those titles themselves. So they often don't come back to the title that put them on the map.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
But to see them
Applying credit.
not only, you know, be interested in returning to the HSSB. Oh, we lost a regular. Yeah, that was the regular that bounced and got destroyed. Not only seeing them interested in further exploring the Shipbreaker universe, but even going as far as to wanting to fully own the rights on the ground level before they expand the universe, means they have big plans for it, because that means everything that comes after it, they have control over. They don't have to share in the profits. They don't have to share in the decision making. They can continue to see their vision through. So that's just wow.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Links would like to share.
Can you imagine publishers have to say on whether or not a sequel can be made? Yeah, absolutely, Charmer. Because they're partners in the IP, right? So you have to, depending on you know, shares and whatnot of controlling shares. Yeah, you have to get permission to use the IP, even if you're the one who designed it, because your partners have a stake in it. So the question earlier was about how many, if we had all of our hard drives. You can see, like I said, I've never come in here and done this. You can see they're all unidentified. I think, though, it used to tell us how many we were missing. It doesn't say we're missing any here. We don't even read. This is just like my real life email box. It's all unread. We might have all of the
Hi!
we might have all the hard drives. I know in early access it would tell you drives that you were missing. As for a sequel, you'd like to see a Hardspace Shipmaker instead of a furnace. Charmer, you do remember that I made a Hardspace Shipmaker video, right? It's one of my videos I am most proud of. Like, shamefully proud of. Yeah, correct. Kind of like record contracts where musicians often sign away their rights. Yeah, especially when they're up and coming, and the obviously the most visible example of that lately has been oh God, I've forgotten her name all of a sudden. Oh, that's going so bad that I've forgotten her. I can see her in my mind's eye. Taylor Swift, thank you. I was about to say, blonde, red lipstick. Yeah, Taylor Swift, you're right. Who has very successfully fought to reclaim the rights to her work, and which is fantastic for her. And she did so at great expense. I thought it was hilarious because right when she started fighting for her to reclaim the full rights to her work, and the publisher who had the rights wouldn't give them to her. Right, she had. I'm not a Swiftie. I mean, I appreciate Swift and I do like some of her music. I don't have any of her albums, but she had one of her early albums that was one of her big successes. They wouldn't give. I mean, she was offering a lot of money to have rights back to it, and they wouldn't give them to her. So she went and re-recorded the album, like note for note, at a really, really high expense. So that you basically couldn't tell the two albums apart, so that she could just resell sell her version of the album, because she still has the rights to the songs, not the rights to the recordings. She was like, well, if you're not gonna let me pay for my recordings back, then I'm just gonna make a better version of it, and no one's gonna buy your copy ever again. It's like, good for her. You saw an interview with her a few years ago, and her advice to new musicians was get a good lawyer, right at the beginning. Yeah, it's. I mean, and we gotta be careful in the discussion. We gotta be kind of careful to not demonize publishers. Right there, it's a lot of these, like Blackbird Entertainment, for example, couldn't have, probably didn't have the resources to have published this to Hardspace on their own, and certainly not to have done so as successfully as Focus Entertainment did. Right? It's companies that specialize in having those, understanding how to advertise, having connections with, like already having contracts with Steam, knowing how to navigate all that and make the most out of getting visibility and
Processing valuable deposit.
bringing in customers.
Credits transferred.
So, Focus Entertainment was a valuable partner in this game being the success it is. And the fact that they were willing to sell back the rights shows that they weren't just power hungry jerkbags. They did their part. They got paid for the partnership, and then they gave up the rights when
Salvage accepted.
the creators
Credits
wanted them
applied.
back. So kudos to them. That's why. So we gotta be careful It's easy to get lost in a discussion like that and vilify
Salvage secured. Credits
those
deposited.
second party people who help make these things a reality. That thing is shaking. You see the
Processing
front
valuable
because
object.
it's lodged
Credits
on the cockpit.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
And I have some opinion. Being a content creator, not obviously on Taylor Swift's level, but being a content creator, I have opinions as well, right? I don't make any money on doing this. I've never made a dime on any of my YouTube exploits. It's been 100% cost for me. I enjoy doing it. I would like to make some money, get some compensation for the efforts I put into creating content and creating. It is art. But the one thing that does bother me, and I don't mention it often, but I have mentioned it, is that YouTube. I don't get any money from YouTube for doing this. And it's easy to say, well, YouTube doesn't charge me to host my content, which is true, and that's great, right? And people like me, we couldn't get any visibility for what we do without a platform like YouTube, and a platform for YouTube not charging us because we're not making money. And so I appreciate that YouTube provides that service. However, YouTube does make money off of my videos. They do run ads on my videos. And so it's free labor for them. And so I do have a problem with the fact that YouTube
Deposit accepted.
sets, minimum standards for channels that they're willing to share the
Valuable
profits
object
with.
processed. Credits awarded.
And it's not a whole lot of money. I mean, I know what I'm talking about when I say, like, if YouTube were to be giving me, a percentage of the ad revenue from my videos, we would be talking about pennies on the dollar. I mean,
Transfer
laughably
credits.
low amount of money. Given that I don't have a huge audience, and even channels that do have large audiences, I know most of their money doesn't come from ad revenue directly from YouTube. They come through partners. But that's not the point. YouTube rightfully should make money off of the fact that they spend money on hosting this stuff, hard drive space, bandwidth. There is definitely a cost on their part, and they do deserve to make money off of it. But it should be a share because content creators are the artists who are making the content, and therefore they should also be compensated.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
You don't have an opinion either way about Focus Entertainment and Blackbird. Well, I didn't have an opinion either way about Focus Entertainment prior to them giving the rights, selling the rights back to Blackbird. Like I've never saw anything negative about Focus Entertainment in the past, so I didn't have a negative opinion of them. I now have a decidedly positive opinion of them for not holding, Hardspace ransom, for ransom, and being willing to part with their share of the IP to the original creators.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
That puts that puts them definitely in the positive column for me.
Salvage deposited. Applying
And I know I've seen
credit
other
account.
titles that have the Focus Entertainment logo on them. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any of them that were good titles.
Salvage secured.
So,
Account credit applied.
okay, let's, yeah, you had another friend who streamed, and after 2 years of streaming and not making any money, had to give it up. Yeah, YouTube just this week notified me that my channel is 5 years old.
Credits deposited.
5 minutes left to get your work done.
5 years
Okay,
old,
Cutter?
not a dime. Now I get something from doing this, just not money, right? It is a creative outlet for me. It's great. It's a connection for me and the outside world. I'm sure I've mentioned it before, right? I'm a bachelor, right? I live alone. While you never see kids or a wife running in the background of my streams. And I'm a bit of a hermit in real life, so, this gives me a window to the outside world, outside of like going to work. I do have friends and stuff like that, but I am a hermit. I'm a computer geek gamer who is comfortable sitting at home on his computer, right?
Credits.
When COVID hit, I was not impacted by it. Might have to release a terminal or two. Yeah, thanks, Friday. Yeah, I do appreciate that you're paying attention to the game for me, because you guys know that I get talking and like I'm running completely on auto in the game. If at some point I'll look back at it and go, okay, where am I? Fortunately, it's a game I've played enough to be able to get away with that.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
But being able to have these conversations, like I said, it's a benefit I get from YouTubing. I'm not shy about the fact that,
Salvage deposit secured.
my viewers
Credits
are
awarded.
a window to the outside world, and I appreciate them for that.
Salvage accepted. Credit
Or
applied.
why I like it when you guys, join the community Discord. It keeps us all in touch. I know I didn't do this the way I normally do.
Applying credit. Valuable object processed.
I don't
Credits deposited.
I don't remember doing this ship the same way we do it, the heavy cargo gecko, with the detaching the cockpit, but like one I could have.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
at this point, no reason to do it.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
You're in the same boat as I am, Karate. Yeah. Not Charmer. Charmer's, well, I mean, look at his name. It's Charmer. He don't need anybody.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Lockdown was heaven. You had to start indulging in your hobby. Yeah, it's
You watching the clock, Cutter? You've got 1 minute left.
I started my channel during COVID as a means to, you know, be able to
Salvage
express
deposit.
my creativity
Apply
and
credit to
just
account.
kind of be safely out in the world without being out in the world. When I created it, I didn't know if it was something I was going to stick
Salvage
with.
deposit registered. Account credited.
But like I said, I've enjoyed, you know, what we've built, and I enjoy doing this. I wish I had more time to do more.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
You know, I have a full-time
Applying
job.
credit.
I'm a, you know, a homeowner, so I have, you know, home responsibilities, things like that, and single income, which is, I don't really have the money to invest in. Like I said, you know, I've joked about. It's messing up right now. I need a new microphone. Desperately. I'm amazed that this one has lasted as long as it has. But it's on life support. The internal battery on it doesn't hold a charge anymore, so it has to be on a power source to run. Need to get a ring light so that I'm not, you know, we live stream and gradually throughout the day the shadow starts to come over me, and then eventually I'm sitting in the dark. Little things like that.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx mandates a maximum of 8 hours of sleep. Any extra sleep time will be docked from the next pay cycle.
Hey, Charmer, I didn't even know you had kiddos. I knew about your wife. Volcata after dark. It's more accurately is Volcata in the dark. Sound quality of the video, light, you say everything's fine. I mean, I appreciate that. It's like, you know, yeah, I will start being in the dark at some point, and like I said, I've got a lot of mileage out of this cheapy little lapel mic, which I only bought for doing VR videos, but my headset died. You know, the headset with the mic in it died a long time ago, and I was like, well, I'll just use this. But we've, you know, there's been a long history of this mic cutting out during streams, and it'll get me real bad on it. If I'm recording a video, like SAS Factory video, sometimes it'll just go haywire, and I have to re-record whole segments. And part of it is because it'll rub up against the shirt, which is why lately the live streams, I mean, probably haven't noticed, but I haven't been wearing shirts with logos on them. I felt bold today by revisiting the Jetsons shirt to honor spaceships. But it rubs against the logos, and it goes really crazy. Like if I had a traditional you know, mic on a stand, none of that would ever be a problem. And so that's always been high on my list of things that's on my wish list. I want to get. It doesn't have to be like, you know, recording studio quality, but something nice. Okay, there's no. Okay. I looked over here and saw the aluminum on this, and I wanted to make sure there wasn't aluminum on that one. We need to free this one up.
Applying credits to account.
You have a 14 and a 7-year-old? Maybe a cheap makeup ring light. You know, the ring lights aren't that expensive. They really aren't. But any money that I spend on YouTube is money that I haven't spent on
Credits awarded.
bills, you know. Getting the oil changed in my car, just whatever, you know, even if it's something that's not terribly expensive. Money's pretty tight in the Vilcata household. Ooh, good cut. Look at that. No aluminum left over. Nice. I'm pleased with that. But yeah, oh, there must have been a little bit of aluminum on that other one that just went in. Okay. I was like, why was it complaining about the aluminum?
Material accepted.
Your eldest son has a better PC than you. That's right. Yeah, you get a. I mean, my PC's getting pretty ancient, but I spent a ridiculous amount of money on it when I built it. I in the past have been a PC tech, so when it comes time to build a new machine, I do my research just to get caught up on what the modern stuff is, and I build a really boss machine. So this machine has lasted, and it's still doing really well.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
I'm not happy with the video card that I bought to replace my 8-year-old video card. It's hardly any better than the one I had, but it was all I could afford, and it was just. I felt like if I was going to keep making content, I had to have at least a little bit better running video card. I wish now that I had just tightened my belt and bought a 4070. Just found the money somewhere instead of the 4060 that I got. I knew going in, because like I said, yeah, I do research. And I knew going in that the 4060 was going to be a disappointing video card, but it was more disappointing than I expected it to be. I upgraded from a 1070 Founders Edition NVIDIA card. And it was just a workhorse of a card. I mean, 8 years and it was still playing modern video games at mostly high settings. But you know, it didn't. You go through generations of video cards, and there starts to be specialized functions on the chipsets that no matter how brute force your old card is, it's not going to have access to certain features just because they don't exist on that card. And that was my reasoning behind, like, all right, fine, get the 460. I know it's a garbage card, but it'll have access to, just some baseline features of the chipsets that my card didn't have. And I've seen that difference, especially when playing Starship Troopers. If you've watched any of my recent Starship Troopers, like the fire effects are just way more vibrant. Like, it's night and day difference. My old card just could not have done that. Because it's utilizing features on the card that just didn't exist back then. And same goes for the new Satisfactory series, like the gas clouds, big rolling green gas clouds. The old card couldn't have done that. Again, it's newer features. So I'm definitely seeing some advantages from it, but from an investment standpoint, it was not worth it. It really wasn't worth it. I thought I would get a little bit more benefit out of it than I got. Come on. Get out of here. You have an RTX 2070? Is that... Yeah, but that's the NVIDIA's, right? The 2070 NVIDIA? Like I said, it was a 1070 is what I had, and it was just a the 70 series tends to be really good. Yeah, I mean, at 27, if I had a 2070, I wouldn't have upgraded to this 460. I said I still had a 1070. Yeah, all the reviews said that this is a garbage card, and I listened to them, but I was just at the point where I was like, I have to have a new card if I'm going to keep content creating. Because even though games look fine for me when I'm playing them, there's a difference between playing, playing a video game at high video settings and the video card, and playing a game while the video card is recording video, doing video compression and all that stuff all at the same time. Because it's a whole different ball of wax when you have recording software running. Your video card's doing, double, triple duty. So while the 1070 was still fine for playing games, it was really not fine for recording games. And I pride myself in having quality content. I record at higher quality than some of the YouTubers I watch. I see their videos and I'm like, my videos don't have this blurring, that blurring of the textures and stuff like that, because I know they got their settings turned down in the video software. They have smaller files. Like, better hardware than I do, and you probably have more hard drive space. Just up your bit rate a little bit. But those are things I probably wouldn't notice if it weren't for the fact that I'm a content creator. And I can see, if you looked back at my original Satisfactory, my Pixel Perfect Season 1, and like the first half a dozen episodes, like the foliage and stuff like that would blur, especially when you're moving, and it would look low quality. It wasn't because of in-game blurring effects. It was because the software was downgrading it during the rendering, as well as during the recording. So I upped all those and to probably unnecessary levels, just so that just a little bit better video quality for the viewers. I want everything to look crisp, and like I said, a video card just had to be replaced because it was struggling with that.
Processing valuable deposit.
Yeah, therein lies the great difference between requirements and streaming content and integration. Yeah. There's a lot of things that can affect the quality that you guys see versus the quality of what I see when I'm playing a game or recording a game.
Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
Ooh, barely caught it. Last one. Grab these bad boys. Karma, you're running a GTX 1070 Ti? Yeah, that's the card I was running. it was called a Founders Edition. I think it had a little bit like higher grade RAM or something on it. It was the first generation of the coked up 1070s that was brought out at the same time as the first HTC Vive VR, which is the headset I have sitting around here somewhere.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
I spent a lot of money on that video card. There was a time when I had a good paying job. Pre-COVID. And I did not skimp on this system. Alright. I'm going to try to boot this out, but I think I probably should move the... stuff around it first. Get a good boot. Can imagine Hardspace running on a VR headset. Yeah, I could, and in fact, you mentioned that. I'll go 50-50 on saying if they do a Hardspace 2 that it'll support VR. In fact, I'll give it 70% odds.
Salvage deposit ready.
I mean, obviously, it's going to come down to where is VR by the time they come out, where they start working on a part 2. Not VR from a technology standpoint, but VR from a popularity standpoint, right? VR is still limping along, right? The technology is still being improved, but the hype isn't quite there, that there was there when it first came out. And it's going to come down to, where is VR when they do start doing a Hardspace 2, and if it's still, still moderately popular, I bet that they'll make. I mean, this game is made. It's perfect for VR. I would love to play this in VR. It would be challenging, but I think it'd be a lot of fun. If you played Hardspace on VR, it'd have to be a sit down. Yeah, I agree. I think that's it. So, Subnautica has VR. Something that some people might not realize. We're not gonna miss anything else. Time's running out. But the Subnautica VR is just, it missed the mark. It looks amazing. Like, I tried playing Subnautica in VR, and it looks unbelievable. It is probably the most incredible thing I've seen in VR. But the UI is messed up. They never got it right. Like the survival stats, your O2 and your health and all that stuff. It's down here in the corner, and you're trying to turn your head to look at it, but it's just moving away from you. It was never they never centered it right. And the perspective of your hands with objects, it never quite lined up right. So if you were trying to grab something, it was weird. And things were like 4 times the size of what you would expect them to be in VR, versus what you would see on the screen if you weren't playing it in VR. The perspective was kind of off. But from just an aesthetic point of view, the vibrant colors and the submersion of being in the water was just breathtaking in a VR headset. I was disappointed that I didn't feel like it was very playable. It was entirely from a UI perspective that it was not playable. Oh. But it was like you're saying, it'd be a sit down. It was definitely a sit down. You're gonna want to use the thumbsticks to turn around and do stuff like that, or whatever else. Oh, we're running low on fuel, are we? Or if there's fuel somewhere that we can get.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical. Return to the master jack to purchase supplies.
That's not an entrance. Oh, over here. You said there's no augmented reality glasses from Reno. I hadn't seen that. I do think that augmented reality is the future of the technology.
Salvage secured.
I think that that's going to be very cyberpunky, but I do think that that's going to eventually, that's where we're going. I will be genuinely surprised if that isn't the next generation that replaces smartwatches. You know, smartwatches and smartphones. I think we're a ways away from it, but I think the reason why we're there's two reasons why we're a ways from it. First of all, our battery technology isn't there, right? Because we're talking about cell phone batteries in a headset. So we're not there yet on the battery side of it to have the longevity with all the functions that it needs to be able to do. All right, let's start taking all this apart. The whole reason why this ship is so fun is taking the floor out. But also the other thing that's holding us back is public opinion on stuff like that. The reason that the Google glasses got sidelined wasn't because the technology wasn't working. It was because people were walking around with cameras on their face and no one liked it. You know, you walk into a bathroom into a public bathroom wearing a camera on your face and no one reacts to it well. So there's gonna have to be a societal opinion change before AR becomes a real thing, right? Beyond a gaming gimmick in your own home. You think stuff like that would cause more accidents when people trying to use them while driving and stuff? Well, I mean, yes and no. Yes, if they are the equivalent of a cell phone on your, being broadcast on your on your screen, on your glasses. No, if they implement safety features right from the beginning. Like, my car has a display right down where the stereo is. There's a big screen display, and if I get a text message from somebody, it'll come up and say you have a text from so and so, and there'll be buttons on there I can press for reading it, for it to translate it out loud, or for me to read it on that screen instead of having to pick out my phone and read it from my phone. For the record, I don't text and drive. But the point here is that even my car, it has a safety feature in it. If my car is moving and I press the view button, it won't display the text. My car has to not be moving for it to display something distracting. And so if we're getting into plays on glasses, for true AR, then it's going to come down to are they responsible when they start making those things to say, oh, you're in a car moving at 50 miles an hour, no, we're not going to play that YouTube video on your screen. And limit the functions to something like a GPS overlay. Or we need to make sure everything that's not attached to the... Oh, that's a air filter. Make sure that's definitely not attached to the floor. So we're good on that. All right, let's get to the fun part. Cut out the floor. Again, I think we normally took the front off of these just like we do on the maybe cargo gecko, but fine. Do things different ways.
Salvage deposit secured.
Is that
Credits
free now?
awarded.
Blue, come on. Come on. Do it. I'll twist it away. Alright. So this should be the airlock. We can cheat and look now that we've taken that away. Yeah, it's the airlock. This floor away. Could cut it across this. That's going into the coolant room. See the back wall. Looks like my angle's good. Always been one of my favorite things, cutting this floor out of the
Deposit
station
accepted
hopper.
for processing.
Feels puzzle-like. You know, I have to envision the room above me. I'm not following, you know, yellow connect the dot cut points. This is the essence of what attracted me to Hardspace. Before they made it all the bright yellow cut here points. Still enjoy the game, but like they dumbed it down a little bit there at the last moment. That one big floor, nice. Use your voice. Don't do that, please. Yeah. So you know, if we're going with the premise that Cutter 52 has bought his, you know, started his own business and hired Dee Dee to manage it, you think that he would have left the nuisance lady behind. I didn't pay you to nag
Raw
me.
Material accepted.
Oh, I love that. The bigger the slab, the better. Okay. Trust you go into the right place. Got these guys down.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Oh, nope, that's not a... That's a thing that we're going to tether.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Yeah, we should look and see if we can find the voice files for the
Salvage
for the
deposit
lady
accepted.
whenever she
Credit
says,
transfer.
you know, don't do that, and replace it with the Charlie Brown teacher. Wah, 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 wah.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I do miss that about older games, where sound and video files were just, they weren't encrypted. They were just
Got about 5
a
minutes
movie
left.
file or a wave file sitting in a folder somewhere, so you could easily just rename something else into it,
Salvage
and
accepted.
the game would
Credits
use it.
applied.
Now they like to embed those files into other things as encrypted, so that you can't do that.
Salvage deposit secured.
We're saying the correct lines from the teacher. I mean, we don't know what the teacher lady is saying, right? We never did. That was the whole point to the Peanuts adults
Tether
not
supply
actually saying
running low.
anything. You just had to imagine what they were saying based on the context. I don't remember there being running lights on this.
Applying credit to account.
Nice. I remember that when they left the early access, they individualized these, right? The interior colors were different between ships. Like we get a blue interior on this one.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
I never played the
Salvage deposit
Elite
accepted.
Dangerous.
Credits transferred.
I mean, it looked like a game I would have enjoyed. I got spoiled in the early days, early PC days. I had a the
Salvage secured.
I think it was the Microsoft Sidewinder Pro or something like that. Light stick, and it was like I've never used a flight stick since then that was anywhere nearly as good as it. But it's so old that you can't use it on anything. It has an old like COM port connector, and there's no software for it anymore. You can't use it anymore. And I tried replacing it with a more expensive
Salvage secured.
Logitech
Credit applied.
light stick. And it just wasn't that good. Like there's no dead zone. It drifts. I've never been able to center it. It always drifts no matter where. So if you're playing a space game and your hand's not on the controller, or if you're just sitting idle, the ship always drifts one way or the other, and I've never been able to center them. And it's just always made things frustrating for me. And so I just gave up on space games. I haven't used that flight stick in over a decade.
Credits deposited.
Caution. Tether supply depleted.
In fact, I own X4 Rebirth,
Salvage secured.
and I never got past the beginning of it because the flight stick was such a pain. And I loved X3 Rebirth. That was such a great game. And from everything I've seen on X4, it is also
Thank you for your
Tethers
equally great.
restored.
But I'll probably never know because the flight stick just doesn't work for me, and they're too expensive for me to cycle through them until I find one that I like. I'm at the point now to where there's enough other great games out there that missing one is just
1 minute left to finish things
just a
up,
thing, right?
Cutter.
There's always something else to play. But the Elite Dangerous always looked like a good game. Speaking of flight games, Charmer, did you see they announced the early access date for Ship Space? Jump Space? Ship Space? So for those who haven't, again, we're talking about games,
Credits
keeping up with games that are of interest, and announcements that we put on the community Discord.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Jump Ship, which we played the demo of streamed, and it was phenomenally, unbelievably awesome. They renamed the game to Jump Space. That was a bad idea. Not them renaming it, my shooting that to the barge at the last second while it's tethered. The jump ship has been renamed to Jump Space for legal reasons that they wouldn't get into. No effect on the game, just rebranding of the name. But they also, I think last week, announced that I think September 19th is going to be Ship Space Hard Jump. There's a reference there that reminds you of.
Good morning, Cutter 934.
But I think it's the early access
Today's weather
for
report. Clear and
Jump
sunny,
Space,
with
I
a
think,
high
is
of
September
minus
19th.
270 degrees.
So we will be all over that, and hopefully I'll have my pilot back when Jump Space comes out. Yeah, it's funny you say that, Charmer, because there was a game. I can't think of what it was. This is why I said that was a bad idea. Oh, okay, I stopped it in time.
Salvage
That was almost
deposited.
through the bottom of it.
Applying credit to
There was
account.
a game that I could never remember the name of, and I always got it wrong, and I always just chained a bunch of words together. It was whenever I was talking about it to a friend, and it was every time I mentioned the game, the name was different, because I would just throw every word together that I could, trying to remember what the actual game name was. It just didn't flow well. Can't for the life of me think of what it was now, but it was just like that, where you say Ship Space Hard Jump. It was just I would just every word that was a key word around the genre, and he always knew what I was talking about. I'm gonna have to text him at some point and ask him what that game was, because he'll remember immediately what it was. All right, so Charmer's down to be the pilot again in Jump Space once it comes out. That's good. So but there will definitely be streaming of that game. So keep your eyes out for it.
Salvage deposit
I'll also
secured.
mention.
Credits awarded.
I'll also admit something else. There was a reason why we're doing Hardspace today. Wasn't just because of the Blackbird
Salvage deposit
Entertainment
confirmed. Applying
announcement.
credit.
This stream was a test stream. I was testing a theory. Because somewhat recently we switched our streaming to Fridays. It wasn't that recently now, it's been a few months. But we went from Saturdays to Fridays because of a change in my work schedule. And viewership on the streams has been considerably lower since we made that change. And there's been some comments about, oh yeah, I forgot you're on Fridays now. And I couldn't tell, was it because, has the reduction in viewership on streams been because of the new day of the week not being compatible with my usual audience? Or was it because of the games we were streaming? Because, at the same time we switched games. And I needed a large enough sample size to say, is it the games that people aren't interested in? Well, it's not cut. Or was it the date? And the surest way for me to test it was to play Hardspace, because everyone comes out of the woodwork when I play Hardspace. And everyone's coming out of the everyone's coming out of the woodwork for Hardspace. So I know that people can show up on Fridays. What is holding this in place? Do I remember all the door switches before I chucked the metal into? I sure hope I have. Yeah, personally, you've had a lot going on. Yeah, no, I say it lightheartedly, right? You know, some games are hit and some games are miss, right? That was what was important to me, is that feedback on if I'm playing something that people are interested in, are they going to show up? On, specifically on Fridays, which is a better day for me to stream than Saturdays with my work schedule. I'm just going to cut stuff here because this is phantom controlled, connected on something. We're just going to lose material. There it is. And I knew if this day was okay, that if I played Hardspace, people would show up. And everyone showed up. So I know it's not the date. It's the games. Valuable data. Yeah, Karate, you missed the conclusion of our Forever Skies series. It turned out to be pretty good. I enjoyed it. I had some critiques on the ending.
Material deposited.
And I do feel like the game could have had more content. Specifically, it could have had more under dust content. I felt like I knew going into it that the Underdust was handcrafted content, whereas the Overworld was procedurally generated. They had been upfront about that.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
But I thought there would be more on the ground exploration, and there was almost none of that. There was plenty of. Or there was a fair amount of, using your oxygen tanks exploration because they were going into monster layers. But that wasn't, taking an elevator down to street level and walking around the world. That's no longer accessible. That's what I was looking for from the Underdust, was walking down streets, seeing buildings, and doing some
salvage secured.
More exploring, and it was more linear than I expected, and there was a lot less Underdust content than I expected. So that's something I would have liked to have seen from it, is just give us more to do once we got the ability to go, down in the world. But overall, I was not disappointed in the game. It was very fun.
Salvage deposit secured.
But for it being basically Raft, but in the sky, I feel like Raft has more content.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying.
Forever Skies ending was rushed and boring. Yeah, the ending did feel rushed. I agree with that. That's kind of what I was saying.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to.
I definitely have notes on the ending. The game loop was fun. I don't regret playing it.
Salvage deposit
I think it was a worthy time. But it definitely could have had more, especially with
salvage accepted.
How much effort they put into giving us the ability to expand and grow our base. Right? There is so much you can do with the blimp, the airship.
Salvage deposit accepted.
So much more than I expected we'd be able to do. So I am no way disappointed with all the stuff that they gave us to do with the ship.
Secured.
There just wasn't enough game around doing all of that with the ship, right? There's a whole black market of find artifacts and trade them in and get all these artifacts and collect all this stuff.
Credits deposited.
By the time you get to your first artifact, you know, black market console, you're in the last 20% of the game. Maybe last 15% of the game. You're through most of the game at that point. Lack of replayability. I mean, I haven't tried to replay it, but I see that. I think that my next playthrough of it, which I will have another playthrough of it, probably not on stream, but the next playthrough of it will be a lot more
Salvage secured. Applying
ship-based
credit.
focused. You know, just grinding out powers for completeness and materials so that I can
Salvage deposit accepted.
truly
Credit
build my
secured.
home in the skies. Like, there are so many systems in the game we never use. Like, all the irrigation systems were completely pointless. There was no reason to build up automated
Good.
farming of any sort. We had one plant. The wasn't the sun plant. It was the melon plant. But we literally had one plant, and it supplied 100% of our food needs. There was zero reason to automate watering it. I don't get the reasoning behind it. I'm glad that they gave us those options, but they didn't give us a use for them. And I think that comes down to the game just ended too soon. You know, by the time we got access to those things, the game ended too soon. They needed to introduce those things earlier. And maybe extend the growth cycle of plants. You know, so that there would be a reason to automate the growth of them. I mean, I understand there's a trade-off of how much do we want to force the survival aspect on the players, because there comes a point where, like, feels like all you're doing is constantly trying to find food. Which, you know, I mentioned raft. That's something raft can be bad about, is it's like you're always hungry. It's like come on. How much time am I going to spend fishing? And then getting the wood for the grill, you know, and all that stuff to cook. And the survival aspect of it can feel a little bit oppressive when all you want to do is, you know, do some exploring and building. There is absolutely from a developer standpoint, a careful line that they have to pay attention to of, you know, how fast do we deplete the survival bars, or how readily available do we make food sources. And Forever Skies, the feeding is a little bit oppressive early on. You're always having to use those lures to catch the moths, and it's not really good food. But then you go from struggling to feed yourself to planting one plant and survival aspect becoming instantly trivial. So there's definitely a rebalancing that could take place there. Oh, come on. This floor is definitely fully cut. I don't want to cut through and accidentally hit this up. Let's drag it out. Surviving Mars had a summer problem, replayability. Yeah, late game bogged down. I don't know. I mean, Surviving Mars
Salvage
was
deposit secured. Credits awarded.
it's definitely a long play game. I never had a problem with Surviving Mars' replayability,
1 minute to go.
but that might be unique to my perspective, because every time I revisit Surviving Mars, which I have done quite a few times, I randomize the text. I love playing Surviving Mars with random tech. It is such a different experience. To the base game. Come on, come free. There's nothing holding. You know what? At this point, I don't need to cut out the floor. Take this out. The floor could just stay there.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Speaking of Surviving Mars, they just recently announced that they are remaking Surviving Mars. I think they're calling them I think it's called Surviving Mars Relaunched or something like that. It's meeting mixed opinions, because a lot of people are like, why are you just, remaking the first one instead of making a part 2? I think it's like a $20 price tag, which isn't too bad, but it's not, from what I'm reading, offering any real benefit
Good
for anyone who
morning,
already owns the
Shipbreaker.
game.
This is
Or it might
your
be-
daily wake-up call.
It might be $40, but $20 if you own the original. I know you get a discount if you own the original game. But we'll have to see what comes of it. Surviving Mars DLCs, Trains and Asteroids was pretty much pointless. Yeah, that's what I got as well. I didn't get those 2 expansions. I didn't get the Down Below expansion either. Whatever they called it, that's the subterranean one. I had everything for that. But it is, Surviving Mars is my favorite Mars-themed game. I guess I could just generically say. I felt like they did a pretty good job on the balance of the progression.
Salvage
The
deposit confirmed.
decisions you have to make are meaningful. The investments you make are meaningful. Games like that, I don't play in fast forward, so whenever I play a game, it's a long play. I play them in real time. I don't like rushing to the next thing. It's like I send a drone somewhere and I call on a rocket to bring something or whatever, and I just relax. I sit here and watch, and I play the game chill.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
I hope that goes there. I don't think it did. Oh. I grabbed it just now and started to pull back on it and caught myself. I would have I almost just blew that thing right back at me. We would have been dead in an instant. It would have been a bug on a windshield.
Material accepted.
Above and below. Yeah, the asteroid DLC looked interesting to me. You're supposed to be able to send rockets to catch asteroids, right, or something like that, as they're passing through. I know that it looked pretty decent. The underground one I know they had to do a lot of rebalancing patches around it. Like one after another, because I guess they really missed the mark on it at the beginning. It might be good at this point.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I wouldn't mind trying it, but I'm not willing to pay for it. But that's the thing, I guess, from the relaunch, you know, the remake of the game.
Salvage secured.
It's supposed to have all the expansions built into it, all the DLC. Like, if I were interested in having the other DLC that I don't have, it's probably worth it to me to get the relaunch rather than just buy the DLC from the old one. I guess the only new feature is a political system. I don't know anything about it, just people mentioning it. Let's not mess with that right now. Let's get this pulled away. We're still on the same we've been talking for so long, we're still on the same ship. I clearly have not been paying a whole lot of attention. There's no complaint on my part, because this is supposed to be a chill game, and I'm just chilling and enjoying it. Okay. The idea it was okay, but the problem is that by the time you got the research done, you were pretty much swimming in resources. That's a common problem you see in games. Is like, we're gonna add this new feature, but we're gonna make it to where by the time you access it, you don't care about that feature. That's always a shame.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
All right. Yeah, get rid of this. Definitely took all of the. Okay. This I have to pay attention to. That bird can go down here.
Salvage deposited. Applying
That
credit
very
to
softly,
account.
so it didn't reach the coolant line.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
You could build the buildings in your above ground colony, and then you could package them and then redeploy them in the underground area. That's an interesting. I didn't know that. So did it just give you? Was repackaging, packing up and moving buildings? Did that just become a feature? Like, could you move buildings around your colony as well?
Accepted for processing.
Because that feature alone, oh, that's cool. I would love to have had that feature.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Especially if you can move them between. It was last tech and above and below tech tree. So, you know, that wouldn't necessarily be true with the way I play the game. It could be the first tech. I'm telling you, the playing randomized tech in Surviving Mars is a lot of fun. It is just so much fun. I've had the Moho Mine be one of the first techs. I've had the Hydro Lake, what it was, be one of my first tech. Not the Hydro Lake. It was the sun. You know, the mega power source. That's basically a small sun. I've had that be like one of the first 3 tech before. That one was a Trojan horse. Like, you know, when you get the Moho Mine or the space elevator as one of your first, yeah, if you get the Moho Mine or the space elevator, which by the way, dollars for donuts, the space elevator is the most powerful tech in the game. You get the space elevator built, that's it. You don't need anything else. It is the most powerful tech in the game. You get those early on in the game, and then the way you play the game becomes different because you don't have the resources to build them, and so your goal becomes, how do I get this mega project built and take advantage of it? And so it drastically changes the way you approach playthrough, because then you're like you're skimping money on what can I you know, this work, there's no let's connect there. You know, can I stockpile the resources I'm going to need just to build this? Do I go, you know, light on the population so that I'm not having to spend a lot on food and resources to keep them alive? You know, and how close can I kind of come to being in debt? I don't think we've ever done this way. I think we always cut off the corner. I love it. I think we just did something different, and it worked. That's awesome. Because traditionally, I think we'd cut off that one and this one, and we'd pull away the corner instead of the whole room. That was definitely new.
Hey,
Yay, new strategy.
5 minutes left in the shift. Hope you're having fun.
But the artificial sun was the one that got me
Credits deposited.
the most of getting a mega tech early on, because building it was a huge strain on everything in the game. Old dogs can be taught new tricks, yeah. But once I finally built, I'm like, you know, this is gonna be infinite power. You imagine the amount of resources this is gonna save me in the long run of not having to build and maintain all these solar panels and windmills and the oh crap. We hadn't cut the. I wasn't supposed to do that yet.
Triggered. Action urgently required.
Get it.
Electrical damage. Limit convulsions to avoid damage to sensitive links equipment.
Okay, I never do this. Come on, break free. There you go. Panels off front, yeah. Okay.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Amateur. I was so excited by our new way of freeing up the reactor that I forgot to actually take the reactor out. That was pure panic for a moment there. All right, so that's different from the way we normally do things. What was what was I saying? Oh, the artificial sun.
Valuable object.
So much
accepted for
of
processing.
the struggle of that playthrough, get around that corner. I can't grab it because it'll dismantle it. So much of that playthrough was I'm sacrificing everything to get this artificial sun built. Because in the long run, it's going to save me an obscene amount of resources on all the power infrastructure that I don't have to do. And I got the artificial sun built and had forgotten that just building it isn't enough.
Transferring credits.
You have to fill it with water, and it's like 3 lakes worth of water to turn it on. You can't turn it on until you fill it with water. And you in that early in the game, you do not have 1,000 water, yeah, something like that. You do not have the water infrastructure to do that in the early game. You absolutely do not, because you know your water is being used. What little water you have at that point is being used to keep people alive and build fuel. And it was just like, oh god, I have starved my entire colony to get this infinite power brought online early game, and it is just sitting there doing nothing because I don't have the water infrastructure to turn it on. But it's, that's part of what I love about playing Surviving Mars with randomized text makes it a completely different game, and it's so fun. I highly recommend it. And it's not just like the challenge isn't just what megatech might I get early and can I utilize it. It's also what basic early tech ends up not showing up until real late.
All right,
Like
Cutter. Time to wrap
like
it
one of
up,
the times
okay?
I did randomized tech,
1 minute left.
the medium and large domes were at the end of the tech tree. I was basically all small domes, and that was it. I didn't have access to dome technology. Like, I had all these other great technologies, but everybody's in these tiny little domes. So yeah, it's
Valuable
just
object
it's
processed.
fun. It's a really good game.
Credits deposited.
And so for me, that makes it infinitely replayable. I need to cut that out. And that's the same aspect that made XCOM 1 replayable for me. Was playing with the randomized skill trees for your soldiers. Which was a lot of fun too, because you didn't know what skills any given soldier was going to have until you got them leveled up, and if you got lucky, you just had these incredibly awesome combos because they had skills from other classes that just harmonized in an amazing way. Domes, it always bothered you that the two domes with room for 2 spires were locked behind special discoveries. Yeah, but I mean,
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. All the team at Lynx would like to wish you a happy
yeah,
and productive
I
day.
can see it. I mean, there's I usually would rush for medium. I would normally either only have one small dome, or I would just not bring my first colonist until I had a medium dome. And my my way of getting away with having 2 spires was having 2 medium domes close enough to each other for people to walk between them. Because you always want to have the sanitarium, which is I consider the most important spire that you can have. And then I think there was a spire that taught new skills. I don't remember what my other Aspire priority was. The Sanitarium was easily the most important Spire in the game for me. Yeah, Oval and Diamond Domes. Yeah, I remember them. I thought the Diamond Dome was on the terraforming tree. Right? Because in the first or second expansion added the terraforming tree. And I thought the Diamond Dome was
Salvage destroyed. Please pay attention.
Had the Diamond Dome. It may not have. I know the dome you're talking about. I remember it. I don't specifically remember where it came from.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
But I felt like it was a reliable dome, and if it was reliable, then it wasn't under the special discoveries. That being said, I very rarely built it because by the time I had it, I didn't need it. I was probably already into large domes.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
No, you know what? Let's leave it for now. Let's get this put away. Undoubtedly, we've missed some things because I haven't been doing a thorough. Door handles there. Both domes are direct breakthroughs. Okay.
Salvage deposit registered. Account
So one of
accepted.
the things. Just build a Warhammer 40k Hive City. Be done with it. Well, you know, the big domes are kind of you can do that.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I didn't use the fertility hanging gardens because I would always end up or shutting off allowing births anyway because populations would get out of control.
Salvage deposited.
I also run a
Applying
mod
credits to account.
that allows me to evict rebels and idiots from the colony. Because I don't understand. I don't understand the logic behind not being able to send someone back to Earth who is actively sabotaging the colony. And idiots and rebels both do that. Because I don't understand why, for some reason, they made the decision that if someone becomes a rebel, they never go back to being a person, right? They're a rebel for life. They are you can arrest them, but they never become non-rebels. They never return to society. There's no reform. There's no, you know. I don't get it. I don't understand the design decision behind making them a permanent weight on the colony until they die of old age. And so I disagree with that design decision, and so I use a mod that says no, you can evict them from the colony. And the same goes for idiots. Because you can't teach idiots not to be idiots, and you can't keep them from working. So what happens is an idiot, you know, you pay a ridiculous maintenance fee to rebuild, you know, to fix your you know, workshop that takes, you know, like 3 gears to repair, and an idiot starts working there, and 3 minutes later he breaks it again. He breaks the entire building again. I don't, like, You can fire employees in real life. Why can you not fire the person who keeps blowing up your buildings? You can't teach them out of it. You can't train them out of being destroying the buildings. And so again, that's like drama for the sake of drama. Why do they not let you? Why do they not give you a remedy to fix these problems? So I have a mod that lets me evict those two classes
Processor deposit
of people.
accepted. Credits awarded.
I didn't pull the last lever, did I? Oh well, late now. I know nothing about the 40k lore. I never got into it. Largely because what exposure I would have had to Warhammer would have been,
Salvage secured. Account credit
figurines and battles. Collectible figurines and battles and comic stores and whatnot. And I played Magic the Gathering, so that was where my collecting money went. If I was collecting something to play, if I was playing a game that was a collecting something game, all that money was going towards Magic the Gathering. So I didn't get into 40k because that would have been my introduction to it. I think I've played a couple of games that were tangentially 40k themed, but I never got into the lore of them. All that looks like it's crap. Like bottles and stuff. That.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
I think the 40k universe is diverse and cool. Like I said, other things took priorities. So they never learned all that stuff. That's slowly on its way, which is fine. We don't need it to be in a hurry. We need to get there.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Slam this in my face. Thank you. There, we got all
Salvage
of them.
secured. Applying credit.
There's one all the way up here. What are you doing up here? We have a straight shot to the bed. More or less. Not a wise decision. Let's keep it from going crazy. There we go.
Salvage secured.
5 minutes left, Cutter. You know what you're doing? Okay.
More or less, DD, I know what I'm doing. It's cool we could turn on our magnetic boots and stand on this. Like jump space, where we can run around on the ships. $40K is a big investment. time to learn. Yeah, yeah, definitely. It has had a lot of time to be very developed. And there's a couple of 40K themed games out there right now that I would not mind playing. The name escapes me, but I know there's one that is kind of a minus hack and slash that I've seen played plenty. It looks really fun, but I know there were some concerns about it not being flushed out, or some people who are hardcore 40K fans feeling like some of it was
Processing
underwhelming.
valuable object. Credits
Okay,
awarded.
what? Like, for people who were not 40K fans, it was a lot of fun because they weren't saddled with the expectations of sticking, you know, really strictly to the lore. Whereas people who are aficionados were not overly excited by some of the decisions. Okay, did that? I am so not watching things. I assume that one that was up there actually made it in. Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna...
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Doesn't feel like it's moving, does it? Do not want to cut it up more. I also don't want to get sucked into the
Salvage goals have been
furnace
awarded.
trying to
Rewards
do this.
maximized.
Pull it over some. Space Marine and Space Marine 2 are just running gun. That's not the game I'm thinking of. What's the tether for on the back wall was it for? It was a guideline in case they got lost. You know, like when you walk with your hand on the rope, you don't get lost. That's what that was there for. I'm determined to get this in here without cutting anything off of it. Although we're at a minute and a half. You had 6 minutes to get in here. You're a great disappointment to your parents. That was space debris. Where is it? Yeah, moving glacially. It is. It is. We're not going to get this stuff in before the end of the shift.
1 minute left, Cutter. Start finishing things up. All right?
But you know what? That's the point of this playthrough, right? We're just playing and having fun, chatting. We're retired. We're not answering to a boss. We take an extra shift or two, then that's... How upgraded are my tethers? I mean, the only upgrade to tethers is quantity.
Applying credits
Well,
to account.
that's not true. Quantity and duration, but there's no strength-related upgrades to the tethers. I think we're at like 3 minutes for the expiration on them. I don't want them to last that long because there's a lot of times I'll use temporary tethers, and then I'll have tethers I don't want to be temporary, but you can't selectively cancel. So I need the older tethers that were temporary tethers to expire within a reasonable amount of time. That's why I don't have max duration on my tethers. I think 3 minutes is like the sweet spot for me. We'll take a look real quick.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52.
Now, I don't think any of them increase the pulling power of the tethers. It's just your hand grabber thingy, Van der Waal thing does. Tethers, I don't think so. Yes, see, tether lifetime. Okay, we got it at 4 minutes. Push force, which is your handheld. Durability. Yeah, tether amount. Yeah, there's. So this is the strength to pull, strength to push, and range of your hand grappler. Yeah, there's no strength related. Your starting tethers are just as strong as your late game tethers. It's just the duration is where they change. But 4 minutes is kind of the sweet spot for me. Just like with the laser cutters, if you look the range on my split saw is the smallest range possible. I don't want to hit things too far away. Same goes with the stinger. I have a range that I want it at, and I don't want it any further. I like this. I like not always just going for all the upgrades. 137 repair kits available. The reason why it's that low is because we repaired everything when we retired. We would have had more kits than that. You only upgraded the split saw to level 3. Yeah, the split saw is dangerous. If it has too much of a range, you can do a lot of damage with it. The stinger, at least,
Processing valuable deposit. Credits
you know,
transferred.
it's not an instant cut, so you have time to go, whoops, I'm aiming at the wrong thing. Seriously, you're in the pull. Look, I'm not going to fly in far enough to prove that you're within the pull range. Last split saw upgrade lets you cut carbon? I wasn't aware of that. I don't think that was an early access thing. Yeah, I could definitely see how that would be dangerous. That's what we got explosives for. It sucks to have chosen it and then regretting it. Yeah, that was one of the minor complaints I had about this game, and I consider it to be a trivial complaint. We can love a game and still feel there's room for improvement, which is that you can't undo upgrades. It would be easy enough, because we already have the upgrade screen, we were just on it. It'd be easy enough to add a feature on there where you could click on the upgrade again and disable it after you've purchased it. No game is perfect, even Master Ryan 2. Now, that's blasphemy. What's wrong with Master Orion 2? I defy you find something wrong with Master Orion 2. I actually played through Master Orion 2 probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. Just dusted it off and played through it again. In one sitting. Huge universe on hard difficulty. Of course, I was creative in Lithivore, I think, which is ridiculously overpowered. I don't eat food, and I make all technologies. I don't use any special patches for Mu 2. I play the base game. I don't know what you're using. What's you still haven't offered what is not perfect about Master Orion. Now, Master Orion 3 is a complete abomination and should never have been made.
Credits deposited.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about part 2. Oh, look at all the scrap, the trash left floating out. All the bright lights. Betty.
Deposit accepted.
Lean, mean, eating machine. It was worth waiting to see this whole thing come apart like this. That was great. Totally worth it. I know it took too long. Where they bump it away? Go. Oh, you're talking about the auto build, auto queue in colonies. I choose the first like 4 things, and then I put them on auto, and it's fine after that. Interestingly, the auto build in your colonies cheats in your favor, if you've ever noticed. Because the AI knows when an enemy has the technology to reach a colony, right? So if one of your opponents researches a new engine that can get them further, or if they take a colony that puts them in range of one of your colonies, the colony will immediately start to auto build like missile defense, a missile defense.
Hello, Shipbreaker 9346-52.
And
Links
you know,
would like to
planetary
share the
defenses in
following
general.
Inspirational message.
Like
Thank
it
the
will not
ship
build
by
planetary
sending tiny
defenses
sparks
until
of
there's
effort
another
into
race that's
flames
within
of profitability.
that can get to that colony, and you have no way of knowing that. You know that race has whatever, but if suddenly your colonies start automatically building defenses, that that means somebody just got in reach of you. I will agree with the enemy intelligence in fleet usage. If you're talking about putting your own ships on auto, yes. If the AI can find a way to, no matter how overpowered you are for the fight, if the AI can find a way to get one of your ships destroyed, it will do it. It's like, all you have to do is sit there and shoot at something. I will agree with that. You never want to use auto combat that game. But I mean, it's not the AI. The AI isn't the problem because the enemy ships don't behave the same way that your ships behave when the AI is controlling them. There's definitely a different rule set for when it controls the human ships versus the enemy ships. The enemy ships are way smarter. It's like, you're purposely sabotaging this. Alright, I don't feel like doing a job. I kind of feel like doing a mackerel, to be honest. Yeah, I've got. Not only do I have Mu 2 installed from Steam, I have guarantee. I've got a couple of these external drives. These are little hard drives that I put in laptop external drive cases. This is from ages ago. These are like 300 gig drives. I got a couple of them sitting here. You plug in through USB. At least one of the ones I have sitting over has a copy of Mu on it because it was a DOS copy. It's the pre-Windows DOS copy. Because you didn't have to install it. You could just run it like it was off of the CD. I definitely have a copy of it sitting on one of those drives. It's portable. I probably have a uninstall, just a standalone copy of it sitting in a folder somewhere on a drive somewhere. I've had multiple copies of that floating around. I want to do the light cargo mackerel. That's what I feel like doing. You have an original Mu 2 CD? So do I. I have an original Mu 2 CD. It's I probably could find it. That door right there. I bet it's behind that door. I'd have to do some digging through boxes, but I bet I could find it. Yeah, I have the original Mu 2. I have the original original Warcraft 2 CD. My very first gaming CD I ever owned was Warcraft 2.
Airlock depressurizing.
I bought a I think I bought a 6-speed CD-ROM for my PC. It was my first CD-ROM. And I don't remember where I bought it from. But I was like, I'm gonna get me a CD-ROM, and then I was at the store and I asked the salesperson, I'm like, you recommend anything to, I needed a game that was on CD to play with that to justify buying the
Salvage
CD-ROM.
secured. Applying credit.
And they're like, yeah, Warcraft 2, try that. You'll probably like it. I'm like, all right, so I bought Warcraft 2.
Salvage deposit.
Wow, I was not disappointed.
Applying credit to account.
A buddy of mine and I both bought copies of it, and we just played the life out of it. I got so much play out of Warcraft 2. And StarCraft when it finally came out. I'm not hot on StarCraft 2. I mean, it's a well-written game. It's just somewhere the charm of the game got away, as far as I'm concerned. It became overly complicated for just being the fun game it was. So apparently there is another data drive. It was 56, I think it said we had. Let's listen to this.
Jenny,
Hey, it's other Jenny. Yeah, Jenny DePoya. Hey, I'm wondering if you could help us out a bit. My ship's been stuck in port for 3 weeks. Yeah, one of the suits had a question about that collision last week. Yeah. No, we weren't involved, but we were docked when it happened. Right? That's what I'm saying. We already gave a statement. Yeah, do you think you can help move things along? Absolutely. I'll forward diagnostics and footage to you as soon as I'm off this call. Hey, hon, you're a miracle worker. Thank you.
That was cool. Still remember the human peasant's voice? Oh, it was job's done. Job's done. And the orc peasant was Zugzug, right? Zugzug. Okay, so there's no actual door here, so this can depressurize the whole thing. Which is great because, boy, we got a lot of stuff floating around.
Air pressure level.
Oh, there is a door.
decreasing.
How did I not see the door? We're still gonna
Air pressure
depressurize
level
from in here because,
increasing.
I mean, this is a tinderbox waiting to explode. Look at all this stuff. But let's get the airlock out of this room. It is a mackerel, but one of the mackerels doesn't have a door in the cockpit. I mean, look, this one is packed. There's no room to move around in here. Great, good money. Although I was hoping to see more posters on it. Maybe you know, it's my fault for going cargo instead of station
Air
hopper.
pressure level decreasing.
But I wasn't doing this for the poster. I just wanted to do a light cargo mackerel. I don't think we've done one in a long time. I'm just not gonna risk. Let's there shouldn't be anything to fly out of the room, but just in case. Maybe I didn't look at it real carefully. I just got the airlock out of it. That was it. I know it's not an airlock, but I mean, this better not set that on fire. You know what? Let's turn around. Get the laser away from it. Underneath it.
Salvage
Go.
deposit registered. Account credited.
Love all the free
Valuable
stuff.
object processed.
Free money.
Credits awarded. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Back up. Down a little.
Salvage accepted.
Slingshot.
Credit applied.
Nope. Too much English? Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll go straight into the
Deposit
furnace.
accepted for processing.
Another thing they did well. I see my microphone is starting to. One of the things that they did well in this game was ramping up the, I'd say challenge, but making early game ships evolve as you go up in difficulty. Like, you know, the early game mackerel is just basically empty. You definitely have to be more careful around these. But it doesn't feel like an early game ship anymore.
Salvage
It
deposit
just feels like a small ship.
Applying credit.
You gotta be careful. These
Credit
really compact ships. You make one mistake and you got a chain reaction on your hands.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
You make a mistake on a javelin or a gecko and not lose, you know, a very high percentage of the ship. But this, you can lose the whole thing.
Salvage deposit.
Like if I hadn't spun around when I did that cut and I'd set one of the crates on fire, that would spread quickly. Grab those together.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Don't want to pull that because it's powered.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Frisbeed that one in. Nice. Okay, that was a good throw.
5 minutes left in the shift, Cutter, okay? Okay.
Okay.
Processing valuable deposit.
I like these
Credits
fuel
transferred.
tanks. Kind of hanging out there and all the lights shut off when you pull it.
Additional rewards assigned.
So I did something today that I'm not sure if I've ever done. I actually bought lottery tickets. I know that a lot of my
Processing object.
viewers are over
Applying credits to
the other
account.
side of the pond. Playing the lottery is a fool's errand, and I'm not one to throw away my money.
Deposited.
But-
Applying credit to account.
Just on a lark, I decided to buy some tickets today because our big lottery here, the Powerball lottery, is up to 1.7 billion dollars.
Applied.
Yeah, like I've always joked about, you know, I don't play the lottery normally because, you know, if the pot's only like $500 million, that's not enough for me. I only play when there's, you know, enough money to make it worth it. And I just end up never playing. It's been a running joke for decades with a friend of mine and I that if one of us hits the lottery, we're, you know, both of us would be living pretty, and neither of us actually end up playing it. Yeah, $2 a ticket.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Oh yeah. If you do a single payout with, I don't normally follow it, but obviously it's been in the news from this particular pot.
Welcome to Vintage 9000.
I genuinely
Thank
just
you
don't
for
care
your
less.
tethers restored.
But the if you do a lump sum payout, if you hit the whole jackpot on this one, and you're the only one who hits it, and you do a lump sum payout, it's $770 million. And usually, from what I understand, taking the lump sum is the thing that you should do. You can do more. I think it's because you can do more with that money in your hands than waiting for the rest of it to get paid out. You know, like you can. It's better to have $700 million now and invest it into something that's going to make money than to wait on the rest of it to be doled out over 30 years or whatever. But anyway, I just mention it because, you know, if in a couple of weeks my channel suddenly is gone, actually, what would happen is I would just have more time to make videos. I don't think I would. I genuinely don't think I would stop making videos if I hit the lottery. I would have a lot more free time. What would happen is, when I stream, the background would be different.
1 minute left on the clock, Cutter.
I'd be
1 minute.
Credits deposited.
streaming from exotic locations. Yeah, the odds are better that you're gonna hit by lightning. That's the common comparison. Although I would argue that that's not true in for people like me, because I'm never outside where lightning is. I think there's a 0% chance that I get hit by lightning. Yeah, good evening. This is Spilka streaming from for this Friday from Hawaii. It'd be some more. It'd probably be something more like, you know, the Alps would be in the background, or the Arc de Triomphe or something. Oh, have a hotel room. Intentionally have a hotel room, you know, with where I can sit by the window and have famous landmarks out behind it. I don't think I'd tell anyone that I'd hit the lottery either. I would just let everyone assume that that I'm cut out and that it's just a background. If I hit the lottery, if I were to hit the lottery, like
Overnight
big,
kinetic backup complete. Pattern deviation
there's
nominal.
a few people that I would take
Habitat
care
day.
of. Like, I'd make sure they didn't need anything for the rest of their lives. Just good friends, and my grandmother, effectively my only surviving relative. And then I'd just toodles. I like my house, but I'd fix it up and then I'd sell it. And I'd be gone. And I'd probably still be, I'd almost certainly still have my YouTube channel though. But I'm inclined to, like, you know, we always joked, because my friend and I, best friend, we used to always joke that we would, you know, we'd have if one of us hit the lottery, we'd end up getting a mansion on a private island, and just like the two of us. But since global warming has become a thing and the seas rising, at this point, I don't think that there would be a island involved. Oh, that cut the wall. Why did I do that? As I hit the button, I knew that was going to happen. At this point, it would probably be a very large house somewhere that's not affected too much by the environment, like Montana or something. Something that's not constantly being hit by hurricanes and tornadoes and wildfires and 100-degree heat. Vermont? No, I think Vermont's probably too coastal. I think they probably,
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
They probably... I think the whole East Coast can still get hurricaned pretty well. I'm thinking somewhere really remote where I have, you know, like at least a mile long driveway to the house. Something that's probably built out of wood, like not necessarily a cabin, but an old, you know, like a lodge. As long as it has, you know, reliable internet, which, you know, if you got that kind of money, you can have reliable internet run anywhere. And then basically just no people. You want to hear about the Apophis asteroid? No, I don't think so. Was that one of the ones that we were slamming something into? Oh, yep, I didn't depressurize the front cabin. Hey, that made it easier to get the thing off of. Actually, I was I've been chatting and I've been cutting things I'm not supposed to cut. I'm supposed to cut that one, and the other two, and push the whole thing off the front. That's all right. We're playing for fun. We'll do it however we want. No wrong answers. So, Karate, what's going on with the asteroid?
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Oh, bump. There you go.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Got the whole cut, good. This one's always iffy because the line doesn't draw all the way across. Like, see right there, it didn't get the top part. Can't forget these are the load-bearing windows. In 2029, the asteroid's going to pass between our pass under our satellites. That's pretty close.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
I think NASA is like recently NASA did one of their asteroid diversion test, and I think they're still analyzing the results of it, but I think that it didn't move the asteroid as much as they'd hoped it would. I think it was the initial
Object processed.
Opinion? I haven't heard anything on it lately. You know, they just crashed something into the asteroid and hoped to move it.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
It was an asteroid that was orbiting another asteroid, and they were measuring how much they altered its orbit around the asteroid it's on.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
We did pull the switch on this one, right? No, we didn't. I mean, I think we did, but we didn't. We haven't depressurized this airlock. I'm pretty sure we already. No, we did. We need to depressurize this airlock, though. Hey, look, we got a new way in. We're going this way and do it.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Airlock depressurizing.
That the asteroid can pass far enough from the outer atmosphere layer not to be affected by the gravity field. It's affected by the gravity field, can boomerang, come back 7 years later,
Credits
or
awarded.
can enter the atmosphere and hit the Pacific about 400 miles outside of San Diego. See, I don't, yeah. I think that I don't think that they have that kind of telemetry on where it would land years from now.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
I mean, you know, we get hit by an asteroid and it causes a nuclear, or not a nuclear, but I don't remember what they call it,
Salvage secured.
a winter
Account credit applied.
from the debris. Yeah, our Earth could use a little bit of cooling down. Like a short one, right? A couple of years. Just long enough for the polar ice caps to refreeze. Buy us a little bit of time.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
No, it's... Cut this from this side. Flip that switch did depressurize. Yes, it did.
Hey, Cutter. 5 minutes left in this shift. All right?
What? That was clearly on that line. We got it. Got 3. One more. out of here so I can grab the frame. Come back. Come back. I still remember my early days of playing this game and just, learning it when I would take every panel off and throw them in individually. I'd cut the frame off and throw it in. Days before efficiently throwing large chunks in all at once, realizing that everything
Salvage deposited.
goes into the
Applying
same
credit
place
to
anyway.
account.
Oh, the early days of innocence. It'd be interesting if they could
Salvage
capture the
secured.
asteroid and bring it into
Applying
orbit.
credit.
I can only imagine how
Salvage deposit
challenging it
secured.
is to bring something
Credits
into
awarded.
orbit. From an energy standpoint, right? Because an asteroid streaking past a planet has to have a lot of energy in it. And in order to bring it into orbit, you have to slow it way down. Not just the catching it, but the,
Credits awarded.
controlling it enough to slow it down. But I saw
Salvage accepted.
red
Credits
line.
applied.
Fine. But so many, it's something that many games have suggested is, capturing asteroids for the purposes of mining the asteroids. Like there's a game out that I might pick it up when it goes on sale, an early access called Astronomics. It's a fairly basic game loop, but it's mining asteroids with a kind of automation sort of mechanic to it, but it's not automation. It's not you don't capture the asteroid and build like factories on it. It's you land on the asteroid.
You watching the clock, Cutter?
So
You've got 1 minute left.
you have a limited amount of you have mining rights to a certain slice of space, basically, near an asteroid field. It's kind of like this game in the sense that, like, the premise is that you're trying to earn enough money to be able to afford to live on Earth, because living on Earth is just way too expensive now. And so you've
Salvage secured.
got the mining
No
rights
credit
for
applied.
a very specific, narrow. Yeah, astronomics. Not astrometrics. You have rights to a very small sliver of space that asteroids are passing by, and so you have while it's an asteroid's passing by there, you can land on it, and you gotta mine it as fast as you can before the asteroid gets out of your claim window. And it's pretty neat. It's still. So you've played it, Karate? Yeah, I'm waiting for it to go on sale, but I'm probably gonna pick it up. It's got a lot of potential. I'm not sure if it's ever going to have a lot of depth, but it's going to be a good, just much like how Hardspace was a good game to just sit down and play it and just chill and enjoy it. You bought it on sale after seeing Z1 and others play it. Yeah, I think I saw it on sale and didn't pick it up, and now I'm like, maybe I should have picked it up.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message.
Basically,
The
seemed like I could
greatest
play in the
reward
background.
life is the chance to work
No, I
hard at
mean-
work worth doing.
I wouldn't say play in the background any more than this is not a play in the background game, right? It's not an idler, but it's definitely a game that you can jump in and out of, right? You can spend the time finding an asteroid, then hop out of the game. It's the same as this, where you can spend the time to cut up a ship and then cut out, or you can spend all day playing it. The game loop's not complex, but finding asteroids is always fun, and you're actually landing on the asteroid. You're not just, you know, there's terrain on the asteroid you have to deal with. Have you actually played it, Karate, or did you just pick it up and still sitting on it?
Salvage registered.
What do you think of it?
Transferring credits.
Are you enjoying it? I don't know if I'll end up streaming it. Like I said, I'm almost certainly going to end up buying it when it's on sale. I may or may not end up streaming it.
Salvage
I mean, it seems
deposited.
like a
Applying credit to account.
game that you could chill and stream.
Processor deposit accepted.
I just don't know how much
Credits
interest there would be.
awarded. Salvage
You
security.
briefly played it until the original
Applying credit.
Oblivion game sucked you back into it. Yeah, I can see that happening. I'm sure it'll go back on sale. That's probably when I'll pick it up. The game that has
Salvage deposit accepted.
eaten up.
Credit
So I mean, obviously, Satisfactory eats up a fair amount of my time, which I didn't publish an episode this week because the episode's just taking me that long to work on. But the game that got me on that was just on sale was 2 Point Museum. I own 2 Point Hospital and 2 Point University.
Salvage deposit registered. Account
And
credited.
2 Point Museum has just everyone who's played the other two games says that 2 Point Museum is just it's everything that's right about the other two games put together. And so far, I agree. I'm enjoying it thoroughly.
Credits deposited.
2 Point Museum just had a dredge update. What do you mean a dredge update? It was 20% off and I picked it up. I even did a thing I don't normally do, which I went back and bought the DLC for it. I'm enjoying it that much. Like I'll get major DLCs for games, but usually games that have these little
Salvage deposit
bit
confirmed.
piece nickel diming DLCs usually just irritate me, and so I don't normally get them. Like that should be part of the base game. I couldn't not do it. I was enjoying it so much. So I'm like, all right, fine. The DLC was also on sale.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Content from the Dredge game. The only DLC I know of for 2 Point Museum at the moment is the fantasy expedition. what I picked up. I haven't played the expansion yet, just because I haven't had time. And my current museum isn't focusing on fantasy stuff. I very strongly considered streaming 2 Point Museum instead of Hardspace today. But again, Fridays have not been like I have not been getting the same showing of viewers on Fridays that I had previously been getting on Saturdays. So I needed to know, was it the games that people are not interested in, or is it Fridays or that they're not interested in? And it looks to me like it's the games, not Fridays, because we're all the Hardspace, reliable Hardspace people have pretty much shown up tonight. So it's either they're just not interested in the other games I've been streaming, which is fair, absolutely fair. I'm not mad at all. Or YouTube hasn't been telling them, like, if they've watched everything that I've ever published on Hardspace, then of course, as soon as I stream Hardspace, YouTube's going to tell everyone who's ever, thumbs up or watched a few of my Hardspace videos where they might not tell them I'm streaming something else. There's also the possibility that people just don't know I'm streaming when I'm doing something like Forever Skies or like last week we did Starship Troopers and nobody showed up for that. Almost nobody. I still had fun playing it, but just from a analytical standpoint of content creation, there was no interest in it, or YouTube didn't tell anyone I was playing it because my crowd isn't.
Object accepted for processing.
Probably doesn't have a whole lot of overlap with Starship Trooper crowd. It's hard to tell sometimes what the root cause is. You've been very distracted with DayZ in the past few. You've been distracted with DayZ for months, not the past few weeks. Charmer, I've come to learn that DayZ is your main passion. I'm kind of surprised you still have a wife. The amount of time you put into DayZ. Yeah. Brain not working. I scrolled over the aluminum bar and it said furnace, and I was like, wait a minute, these things don't go in the furnace. DayZ your most played game by thousands of hours. Yeah, I would say that's. You lost your long-term character, right? Because DayZ is PvP, right? It persistent. Wasn't it like the servers are persistent? All right. Gotta think for a moment here. What are we doing or not? Okay, we need that. I think we're done with the ship, right?
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
Yeah, I almost had that, Charmer. I almost married a gamer. I'm not gonna get into personal life history and stuff like that, but I was engaged once, and she was a gamer, and while that lasted, it was pretty awesome.
Got about 5 minutes left till you're done for the day.
It just shoots out of there like a
Salvage
torpedo.
registered. Transferring credits.
So yeah, if you got someone who at least understands your gaming habits,
Salvage
that's a keeper.
deposited. Applying credit to account.
All right. Minus the
Salvage deposit secured.
functional fuel
Credits
tanks,
awarded.
I think we're good. There's the 2. They're broken. Broken. I just see out of the corner of my eye. That's what I just saw. Kept the character alive for 20 days worth of server time. His story was done, so you retired him from the server. How did you lose? If he was retired from the server, how did you lose him? And the
Valuable
plates
object
furnace
processed.
also.
Credits deposited. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Put 500 hours into him and he never died once. I mean, how often can you die? I mean, how do you if you can die more than once, how do you lose a character? I thought it was permadeath, like just that. Like I thought you only had one life to live.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Like Project Zomboid. To keep yourself from them being tempted to play him back, you just killed him off. Well, then you didn't really lose the character. You basically deleted him. Yeah, Cordy, I've never played DayZ either. All I know about it is what I've heard from Charmer talk about it. I know it's some kind of post-apocalyptic survival game.
Shipbreaker. Your theta wave levels are high. Please administer 2 caffeine pods before starting your shift.
The daily fees, interest, there should be a positive number now, right? You know? I mean, I know we don't have the debt anymore. So I feel like we should be making interest on all our money. We could invest it. I remember back in the days of EverQuest, the guild I was in, we had a warrior who decided that the game was taking up too much of his life. Like he'd been in, he'd done all the raiding and all that stuff, and he'd spent lots of time in that game. And like for the health of his marriage and in his real world life, he basically killed off his character. Because in EverQuest, back in the days of EverQuest, if you die, you have to do a corpse run for get all your stuff back. And if you don't get your stuff back within like 5 days, the corpse decays and you permanently lose all your stuff. And he was a warrior hobbit, I think, or whatever the little people were in that game. The little people with the furry feet. But he was such an integral part of our guild, and he to sign off his character, and so he wouldn't ever play it again, he went and drowned himself in the little fishing pond in his starting village. The little they weren't gnomes, I don't think, but it was the starting area. It had a little fishing pond, and he went and drowned himself in there and logged off. And so his corpse was there for days, and so we held a vigil. There was always someone from the guild standing at that pond fishing. We were just watching over his body until it would despawn. But he logged in like just before it would despawn. Logged in and collected the body anyway. He couldn't do it. He couldn't go through with it. He broke down. It didn't come. I don't think he came back to the guild. I don't think he started playing it again actively. It was not while I was still there, but it was just he had worked too hard for all that gear. Let's do a roustabout, Tug. He finally broke it and he logged back in and picked up his corpse. Yeah, Charmer, but if your character dies, right, he's gone regardless, right? Oh yeah, it's definitely really hard to give up, even if it's a game. Yeah, you spend so much time on something. I played live action Vampire for 11 years, and I had characters that survived for years that were ridiculously overpowered by the time I stopped playing them. And this is live action Vampire, so we're talking about we were part of the what was it called? Shared universe. I think it was shared universe. That isn't right. Maybe. But it was live action games throughout the Midwest, Canada that were all linked. So you could take your character, like we could easily play every weekend. There was always a neighboring city somewhere hosting a game that you could come and play in their game. And it was just the most amazing, awesome, crazy, awesome role-playing thing because, live action role-playing is already awesome because, if you play pen and paper role-playing, which I've done plenty of, and I've game mastered, D&D and Vampire, and those have been fun, but your entire world in a pen and paper game is NPCs controlled by a person, the game master. Then, however many people are in your gaming group. When you get into live action role playing, pretty much all the characters are real people with real objectives and real personalities and just you know, it's something something far beyond what can be done by a person designing a bunch of characters and managing all of them. So a live action game with like 50 to 100 people in it is already just bonkers cool. But then you multiply that by several cities, and then the game politics become real politics, right? Because even in a live action game, you have, you know, the prince of the city and their second command, which is a seneschal, and you have the sheriff and the keeper of Elysium. And then, you know, if you're in just a standalone live action game, the world events are still out, you know, the whatever the storyteller has come up with. And so if you're interacting with something outside of your city, then it's back to the pen and paper scope of
Airlock pressurizing.
of limited, you know, objectives of the characters, because the characters are all made up by one person, the storyteller. But when you have all these linked games, then all the would-be NPCs are real people once again, now with princes of different cities and all those politics. And why does this guy have the same poster all over his ship? This is why we can't find our poster. Look at this. Same stupid poster. Anyway, rambling cut short. Getting to play the same character, accumulating, you know, experience points from playing 4 games a month, because you hit every week and you hit another city. You get some really powerful characters and a lot of stories from things having gone on, and just I know it. I know the bug of role playing a character and not wanting to give that character up, and just the time invested, and just how cool that can be. I've lived a lot of lives. Let's just say that. Those are all shut down, so there's going to be a working one in here. Yep. Okay, so if you die in DayZ, you can just respawn. I thought that was like a permadeath. Again, like Project Zomboid. Right, because like in Project Zomboid, you can stay in the same map, but your character's gone, right? Which we know from playing together because of my inability to survive in that game. That the first time a zombie looks at me, I somehow always get infected. Like, you fight off hordes, and I can get tripped by a zombie that doesn't even scratch me, and somehow I get infected. Even with all the perks that are supposed to reduce your chances of being infected. Oh, that game frustrates me. Alright, Alright, okay, yeah. All these broken regulators. Are you trying to get me to explode a tank? That's not gonna happen. Yes, you guys have got me rambling, and so I do miss what I'm doing. Made a couple of miscuts, but so far overall my autopilot has gotten me through things here. I've been a little bit inefficient, but my spidey sense has saved me a few times. All right. Though, if there's going to be a fuel tank explosion, it's going to be here in just a minute. when I depressurize that mid chamber, because there were no working regulators in any of the places that we want them. So closing that door is not going to matter because that is open right there. We will close this one down here. Our primary concern here is if there's anything loose in here. In fact, just in case there's something loose I didn't see, let's go ahead and close this door anyway. If something flies up into here, then they can hit these and that can go boom. The usual Daisy, the you don't have names of the characters, it's just your tag. Okay, yeah, I understand. But why did you have to kill off your guy? He could have just, you know, like Cutter 52 here. He retired, but you know, every now and then he can come out of retirement to do a thing. Passing through, wanted to see his old friends, you know.
Air pressure level decreasing.
This back a little bit. We don't need it. Something flying into it and bouncing it into this. There is a lot of stuff that can go boom in this ship. And I'm not even sure of all of it because I've been distracted. But I just, the back of my brain says danger. So I think I'm going to hit the door. And I'm going to back up and see if I can catch anything that's flying. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. That didn't work at all. Fortunately, there was nothing flying. I was hitting the door and I was going to fall back and then come back and then catch the roof and then be able to... That was the John Wick smooth move I was going to do, and it just... the airflow pinned me against the canister and that was the end of it. Oh, my hands in the way, I can't see. My arm is... That's creepy. Alright, Right, there we go, we're good.
Airlock.
5 minutes left in the shift, Cutter, okay? Okay.
So you walked from Ukraine to Italy in the middle of a zombie apocalypse? That would be a little bit of a trip. I mean, even outside of a zombie apocalypse.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Am I gonna go for the freezing trick on the thrusters? I wasn't planning on it. I mean, unless you want to see it performed, I tend to find it a little bit inefficient. Also, I just kind of like the sense of danger of with the fire going everywhere.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Even though I know it's not really dangerous. I'll freeze one of them. Hey, you know. Practice up. The whole fire thing just feels more dramatic. You and 5 of the characters all left together. So was it 5 other players all retired the characters at the same time with you, or just from a story standpoint, you left with a group?
Salvage deposit accepted.
All right, we got 2
Credit
minutes.
transferred.
Clink. I said,
Salvage deposit
Think.
confirmed. Applying credit.
right. Seriously? All right. Never had one of these fight so hard to not break. Takes it down. Woo! Caught it.
Thruster dangerously unstable. Proceed with caution.
Got 1 minute left, so I'm not gonna go shut that one off yet. I'm gonna
All right,
dangerously
Cutter.
do this
Time to
one
wrap it up,
on the
okay?
clock.
1 minute left.
That seems wise. Right for the ring of fire. Plenty of time.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Although I probably should throw the switch on the other one just in case something funny happens with, you know, having not thrown the switch when the next shift starts. That is a weird noise. That was a really disturbing sound. That's cool. So a whole bunch of people's characters all retired at the same time. Yeah, click for every moment there. Yeah, that was a ominous sound as I was flying through there.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your allocated shift time will be commencing shortly.
Remember, have you tried the Project Zomboid? Right, the new version is available on the unstable branch. Right, it can be played. If I remember correctly, right? I haven't seen any updates on it in ages. Like there was updates popping up on my feed frequently, and they were huge updates to the new version. And then it went silent. I don't know if they haven't been posting it, or if Steam has just decided that it doesn't think I'm interested in the updates just because I haven't played the game, you know, recently. I don't know if you've actually tried the update, because I know it was. You haven't tried it. Yeah, like I mentioned before, I haven't played the game since I had that zombie clown car incident with the stupid closet. I played on that. I played at the same start on that map several times over, trying to get to just like there was this very big building on the map. I'm like, I bet that building is awesome. I want to make that my base. And I kept not getting there alive. I finally had a good run. Got there alive. Started searching the building. Everything was great, and I opened the door to a closet and just...
Applying credit to account.
So many zombies were in that room that they couldn't actually fit in the room. They just sprung out like snakes out of a can. A trick can. And they sprung out with such force that they knocked over my character. And I couldn't get back up. It was just... it was an insta-kill is what it essentially was.
Detecting elevated
And I was
volatility.
so mad with the game. I haven't been back to it since. I rage quit. I mean, I was dead anyway, but that was my last. I mean, I had worked so hard to get to that building and secure it, and try to make a proper base for myself. That
Credit applied.
having done so successfully and then been murdered by such a dumb circumstance that felt completely out of my control. That I effectively rage quit. Yeah. I make no illusion, I'm no good at that game. Harmer is very good at Project Zomboid. I am not. We have done multiplayer sessions where I am definitely the dead weight. Zombie can just look at me funny, and I get infected, and it's all over with. And that's my one complaint about Project Zomboid, is that just like one scratch, and that's the end of your character. It's just it. There is no recourse. If you lose the roll, just get a bad roll on it. If they scratch you, then you can be infected, and you don't know it, but you're infected, and that's eventually you're going to find out you're infected, and you're going to lose the character to the infection because there's no cure. So all the time you spend developing all of your skills and all that stuff, it's all wasted. When playing a game, it's rarely about being good at... Well, I mean, it's about enjoying the game, but when you have a game that's rich in content, but you never get to see the content because one mechanic is gating you from ever seeing it, then being good sometimes becomes the gate. Project Zomboid is very gated because there are a ton of skills and a ton of things. There is so much to do in that game. It is really a good game engine. It's an impressive piece of work, and there's so much potential for all the stuff that you can do in that game. But all that stuff takes a tremendous amount of time because of the skills and things that you have to individually level up, and it takes forever to level all of them, while also surviving and building a home for yourself and all the stuff that is necessary to sustain a long term. And then through all of it, you can never mess up a single time, because that single time could just be the complete end to your entire run. Yeah, there's no winning PZ. See, that's true, and I guess that's my secondary complaint. There should be an achievable end goal, even if it's really far down the road. You know, survive the apocalypse. You know, work your technology up to the point to where you are able to piece together a broken down helicopter somewhere and fly out. You know, it could take forever, but there should be a way of winning the game eventually, being rewarded for having survived and thrived. You go in there, please. But there not being a winning
Processor deposit accepted.
aspect of the game
Awarded.
isn't what is keeping me from playing it. And I'm definitely going to come back to it. But my one true complaint is that there's no cure. There doesn't have to be a vaccine, but there needs to be a chance for you to survive the infection. Because right now it's like, oh, I'm starting to get sick. Okay, well, that probably means I'm infected. I don't know for sure, so I can either put another, 20 hours into this game that I've already lost,
Salvage deposit
not knowing for
secured.
sure whether or not I've already
Credits
lost it,
awarded.
or I
Processing
can just
valuable object.
suicide
Credits
off and start
awarded.
over again now and lose all my progress. That's just... I don't care for that. But when we've played it, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, so there's... Ooh, that was close.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
So I file that under constructive criticism, because, again, I've always enjoyed playing the game when we've played it. And I do want to succeed in successfully making, an outpost or some kind of long-term living thing where, the farming is working and all the new stuff that are being added to update 42 with the animal husbandry and stuff like that. Like the other, there could be end goals that they could add, and hopefully they will add. This might be a pipe dream on my part, but like I said, finding a way out would be nice. Finding a way to getting out of there, which could be, inventing a cure so that the military will let you out.
Object
Really
processed.
difficult, or it could be.
Transferring credits.
That they not, stop spawning new zombies
Salvage goal reached.
and let us actually clear the entire city. Right? Because the cities are massive, right? That's no trivial statement. You know how big the maps are. If we clear a neighborhood, they could still have the roaming zombies. The system that's in place that has zombies moving from high concentration areas to low concentration areas, that could stay in place. I'm fine with that. But, clearing a neighborhood doesn't mean the neighborhood remains safe. You can always have that constant threat. But they shouldn't be introducing new zombies
Salvage
if there aren't
secured. Credits
non-zombie
deposited.
people to be converted into zombies. So that could be a thing. You could literally, at some point clear all the zombies and just make, Kentucky zombie free. Like, that could be an achievement. Congratulations, you've eradicated. It took you 4 years in game, but you've eradicated every zombie in the city.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
You can live freely in the now empty state of of Kentucky.
Salvage
I like
deposited.
having long-term
Applying
goals,
credit to account.
even if they're ridiculous goals.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
But right now, Project Zomboid, I feel a lot like the same way about Project Zomboid that I feel about Space Engineers, which is that it's an incredible engine
Valuable object processed.
but with no
Credits
goal.
deposited.
I mean, Space Engineers is way worse about the lack of goals, because there's truly no... It's truly just an empty engine. A really impressive engine. With basically no point whatsoever to play it beyond just build a ship and smash it into something.
Transferring credits.
You know, it relies almost entirely on the players creating content for their engine rather than the developers doing it, which is, that's a pet peeve of mine just in general. Project Zomboid has way more content. It has way more, you know, things to do than Space Engineers. So I put it leaps ahead of Space Engineers in that complaint. But I still find that commonality of it's not really a goal. Yeah. And they're working on Space Engineers 2 right now, so, you know, are they gonna build a game around the engine, or is it just gonna be another engine where, you know, YouTubers build a bunch of ships and film players logging in and running them into each other? That's what I feel like Space Engineers is. It's a game for YouTubers to make big fights in.
One minute left to finish things up.
Well, that's
Cutter.
not the thing I want to shoot at. That is. I looked over at chat and almost pulled the trigger on that. That would have been Karate's boom that he was predicting. And it would have been one heck of a chain reaction, because it's right next to all these other fuel tanks.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Caution. No tethers remaining.
You don't know if they plan to add a campaign or actual missions. Yeah. I don't know. Space Engineers 2 looks like just Space Engineers 1 with a couple of new features.
Caution.
Oh, that's not a good time to run out. The dev videos that I've seen related to Space Engineers 2 looks like they were working on Space Engineers 1 and went, you know, there's been a lot of suggestions about these couple of quality of life tools that we could add to it. Well, that's going to take some time to program. All right, let's just resell part 1 and add those tools to part 1. Call it part 2. Would have been funny to see the look on my face after that explosion. Yeah, it would have been horror.
Good morning,
Because I would have realized it just
Please
before it
enjoy the
exploded.
following inspirational message.
It would have been too late for me to let my
Success is
finger
not
off
the
the
key to
button.
happiness.
It would have been.
Happiness is
It would
the
have
key
started
to
back
success.
here and went. You're doing something
If you
wrong,
love what you
and
do,
I would have got to the
you will
front
be
just as
successful.
I realized what that nagging thing in the back. Oh, it was a Faro Rojo ship. I didn't even realize that. Our favorite company. Yeah. Yeah, there would have been a action. Tethers. 8 tethers right now before that thing gets sucked into the furnace.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Have a nice day.
Yeah, the whole no expression. Yeah. All right, have a good night, Charmer. Glad you could join us. Glad to see you again. Maybe we'll see more of you now that your DayZ character has moved to Italy. Hope you're enjoying the Satisfactory series. I assume everyone's watching it.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
I was tempted to stream that tonight too, just working on the next episode, but the pacing of the stream would be. It's a better game to stream once we have the either the jetpack or the hover pack, because it's hard to show what you're doing on stream when you're stuck on the ground all the time. So I don't like to stream that game until I have the flight ability. Go ahead and disarm this trap.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Glad you're enjoying it.
Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
Yeah, I'm pleased with the way that the initial neighborhood's coming out. At the end of the most recent episode, I had expected to paint the neighborhood, but I just didn't have time. After building the businesses, I didn't have time. I needed to finish the video and get it edited and published. Because I knew it was going to take a long time to build, now that we have those unlocks, to build the neighborhood. And it has. So catch you later, Charmer. The neighborhood is I'm not going to say the neighborhood is done. The existing neighborhood that you've seen in the previous episodes is done. All the yellow half-built buildings with no windows and no roofs, all that's done. It's taken me like 10 or 11 hours to go back and do all the houses. So that will be in next episode. I didn't film any of the work. It's just going to be a flyby viewing of all the work that was done between episodes, because I don't want the episode isn't going to be about the neighborhood. We got to move on from it. But it's looking good. The vision's coming together, and I'm very pleased with it. All the houses are decorated. The yards have trees and bushes in them. I'm very pleased with it. It's still not going to be done for a while. We have to come back to it when we have the coated. I'm telling you to come back. Stop flying forward. Stop flying forward. I'm recalling you. Still flying forward. What? Argue with the tether, buddy. Yo. Hey, like that. All of the yards that are right now are the regular grass or the regular green metal foundations, all that's going to be replaced once we
Salvage
have
deposit
coated
accepted.
foundations.
Credits transferred.
And it'll look a lot better once those are in. But that's not until we get into oil processing, which is
Processor deposit accepted.
several
Credits
tiers
awarded.
away, so that's going to be a while. I'm not going to bother with closing the doors and cutting them out. We're retired. We don't have to deal with those small
Salvage
things.
accepted. Credits applied.
I'd probably stop pulling the lights now that I'm retired. OC won't let me stop.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Where's the reactor? Probably on the other side of one of these walls. Is that the reactor? Yeah, class 1 reactor, okay. It's right there. It's awfully small on this ship, doesn't it?
Salvage deposit secured.
I don't want to pull all of these
Credits
yet
awarded.
because we might have doors we still need to open or close or whatever.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I probably shouldn't be doing that until like unpower the thing, but after 1.0 they made electronics a lot more
Salvage
stable.
registered. Transferring credits. Salvage secured.
Let's
Credits
start taking the
deposited.
walls out. To your point, we need to have access to all that first. Dangerous angle. There it is. The reactor, my old friend. Yeah, well, this is the tug. This is the route. No. Yeah, this is the roustabout tug, isn't it?
Deposit accepted.
The
for
small
processing.
one, the scout, has the reactor right there.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Oh man, wait, what is the name of this? The second one. This is. Let's show the name on this one. Yeah, this is the roustabout tug. I think the small one's the scout. That doesn't even sound right to me. Nomad. I think the middle one's the Nomad, right? Roustabout Atlas Nomad. I'm grasping at straws now. Nope, 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 nope. This.
Hey, Cutter, you've got 5 minutes left in the shift.
I think I'm
Okay.
gonna go with saying
Having
that
fun.
Scout is the small one. Nomad is the middle one. So we were talking about lighting earlier. You can see the sun has gone down. Look how dark it has become. What made me think of it is that there's trees are bouncing around in the wind outside, which tells me the storm is coming.
Salvage secured.
Tropical storm
Account
season here,
credit
so we
applied.
have heavy rains most nights. Amazingly, storms have yet to interrupt the stream.
Processing valuable object. Credit
I mean, I'm on a UPS, so a brief power outage won't shut down the computer, but it could cut the internet briefly. And we've always been lucky and it never has. The box that routes the internet that's out in my garage, I think it has a battery on it as well, but the last time I lost power for any reasonable amount of time, I lost internet very quickly, which I didn't used to, so I'm thinking the battery in it probably needs replaced.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
Get the junk out of the way. Could leave the rest of that. Attached. R.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
You aren't.
Valuable
This
object accepted. for
might
processing.
still be attached at the back. Oh, it's not. Okay, yeah. The back is its own plate. In Northern Europe, you get big storms, but you don't get tornadoes and hurricanes. I moved from what's called Tornado Alley, to a hurricane region, where I live now. As you might recall, I got when Hurricane Milton came through Florida, I got hit by it, literally hit by it. I was in the wall. I was without power for about a week. I'll tell you, that
Object
sucked.
accepted for processing.
Yeah, really.
Credits deposited.
Having no power in, 90 plus degree weather
1 minute left on the clock, Cutter.
is really rough.
1 minute.
It was so hot, so
Salvage
unbearably
cleared.
hot every
Rewards
day.
allocated.
No AC. I know that right, a lot of right countries don't even have AC, right? Do you guys have AC, Karate? I know a lot of the countries that's just not a thing that they bother with.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Still mystifies me. I don't understand how that, like, it feels to me like AC should be as integral to basic human existence as electricity. You don't normally have AC in your houses. I don't. That's just, it blows my mind. Like, I can feel my AC blowing on me right now. And it feels great. I mean, the other day it was 100 degrees here. It was in triple digits. I don't know what that translates into in Celsius, but it's hot. Really hot. My job has me out in the Florida sun quite often. The lighting it won't show you, but this is very tan, and then it just goes to straight white. You can kind of see the brake line. This is really poor lighting, and you can still see the brake line. So this tells you I'm outside in the sun a lot for work. And then it's just
Hello Shipbreaker
really pale out and beyond that.
93446-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message.
And it's
Some people dream of
it's
great
no fun
salvage,
being out in this heat.
while other people get up every morning
I
and
can
make
handle
it
it,
happen.
but have fun. When I can get into the AC, man, I'm so happy. Alright, we're running low on fuel. I don't think there was any.
Fuel levels
Oh, what am I
are
grabbing?
low.
Oh, I'm grabbing the. Thrusters that I always forget and leave on the wall.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
$77 to 80
Salvage
degrees
registered.
Fahrenheit with humidity through.
Transferring
Yeah, we.
credits.
Humidity through the roof here as well. I mean, yeah, it's like Florida, right? I'm 30 minutes away from the coast, something like that. Close enough to the coast to get high humidity, too far away from the coast to enjoy the sea breeze. Alright, pretty much shed the shell, right? Except for the... out real quick, like. So if it's brutal during the English summer,
Salvage secured.
why is AC
Applying
not
credit.
common there? I mean, it's modern living, right? It's not a criticism. I just don't understand how. Is it just a cultural thing? Do the British feel like they're sissies if they have to have AC? I don't. It's not a complex technology. It's a compressor, and grill. Basically all it is. ACs are not complicated. It's definitely not an exclusive technology. The culture of AC never developed because England was poor. It's poor.
Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Yeah, age of the country. Yeah, I mean, I can see that, right? Older.
Salvage deposit registered. Account
I can
credited.
see the issue with having, you know, like really old neighborhoods where, you know, before AC you wouldn't have like the duct work through the house to carry the AC, but you can still have,
Salvage deposit
you know,
accepted. Credits transferred.
window units. Whoa. What was that? Felt like the whole ship is slammed down on us, but my character just decided to flip out. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Panic moment. Yeah, older the country, older the culture. I mean, like,
Salvage.
you know,
secured.
we've seen
Credits
plenty of
deposited.
like pictures of things like Italian villas and stuff like that, you know, where the houses are way predate things like AC, and so they don't have, they would have, even if you installed an AC unit, they'd have no way to circulate the air, right, because the structures weren't designed to do that. But even then, I think I'd have, you know, window units or something. I mean, kudos to being able to survive without AC. And it's easily the highest cost from electricity standpoint in our homes, especially here.
Deposit accepted.
The vast majority of our electrical costs come from running an AC unit. So, like, when Milton knocked out our power, I hung out at work just to enjoy the AC at my job. And when I was at home, you know, it was I spent a fair amount of time sitting in my car running the AC in the car because the heat was so oppressive that all you could do is basically take off all your clothes and just lay around. And just sweat and breathe. It's so hot, so humid. I went to
Raw material deposited.
Nairobi, Kenya, for a couple weeks, some years back. And yeah, there was, not only was there no AC in any place, which I didn't expect there to be, but not only was there no AC in any place, but like if I like took a taxi somewhere, they wouldn't even run AC in the car. And what got me most about that was that they don't have the same like emission standards that we have here in the US. So their cars were just, it was just toxic fumes everywhere. Like just, you couldn't breathe. The traffic was bumper to bumper everywhere. It was crazy. I mean, I'm a good driver, and there's no way I would drive in a place like that. You have to have grown up in that culture to be able to navigate
Credits deposited.
their roadways. The cars are just on top of each other, and they would just drive with the windows open, and the vehicle in front of them was just
Credits transferred.
basically black smoke clouds just pumping at you. You couldn't even breathe when you're in the car. And they're just sitting there, arm in the window, just breathing it. I'm like, this is... You have AC in the car. Close the window. How bad this is for you to be breathing that? But yeah, I mean, it was clear to me that they just... Because they...
Applying
Just like, you know, you're talking about... From a cultural standpoint, they don't have AC in their homes, and so it was just... It wasn't anything to them. It didn't mean anything to them. I was like, even just not from a,
salvage
like I
deposit
it didn't feel too hot that
Count credited.
AC was necessary when I was there, even though it was a summer. The temperature was fine with the windows rolled down. It was just, you could not breathe. That was the thing that killed me the most. Like, definitely made me appreciate the standards that, you know, that we have here.
Salvage
Hey, there is
secured.
fuel in here.
Applying credit. Salvage
I enjoyed my trip.
registered. Transferring credit.
The Ferrari and DM and just, you know, stuff. I was a tourist.
5 minutes left to get
I'm not
your
usually the
work done.
tourist type of
Okay,
person,
Cutter?
but I was fairly touristy.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit. to
I'm typically much more interested in exploring foreign cultures than I am seeing the sights, you know?
Salvage deposit secured. Credit
How are winters in
awarded.
our location? We don't have winter here. That's basically what I you know, tell my northern friends is we only have 3 seasons here in Florida. We have spring, summer, fall. Spring, summer, fall. We don't really have a winter.
Salvage
I mean, we
Credit
technically we
applied.
do. You know, it can get down to the like mid to high 30s, which is cold. It's not enough to snow, not enough to form ice, but that'll be like just in the morning. It'll warm right back up, and then we'll be back into like by midday we'll be back up in the 70s. And so it doesn't really feel like winter, which is great. No snow during the winter. Most people that I've met here who are Floridians have never seen snow in their life. Nope, no freezing rain, no hail. Uncomfortably cold, but that's about it. And again, that cold doesn't last. Yeah. Well, that's why I moved down here. I mean, I moved from my original state for other reasons, but the reason why I came to Florida specifically was to get away from the snow and the ice. I spent a lifetime in the cold north, and I was done with it. I had a reasonable amount of savings, and I had a job that I knew ahead of time was going away because it was being outsourced to another country. And I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to look for another job here. gonna throw a dart at a dartboard, and I'm gonna go somewhere else. Pretty much what I did. But it is a lot hotter here than it was when I moved down here. Global warming is a very real thing, and it's very noticeable. It's not nearly as pleasant as it was when I moved here.
Secured. Credits awarded. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Yep, that's exactly it. Keep the cold, you gotta get laid off, do something. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's part of being able to live the bachelor lifestyle, right? I haven't traditionally made
Cutter, there's 1 minute left till the end
commitments
of the shift.
that I can't walk away from. Like, you know, I miss my friends and stuff like that, but you can make new
Process
friends.
Object.
Stop turning.
Applying credits to account.
And I've met some really, really outstanding people down here, so, you know, no regrets.
Salvage deposit registered.
But if I had known it was going to get this hot down here, I might not have moved so far south. I might have maybe moved to Georgia instead of Florida. It's, you know, it's one more state north. And Georgia's a pretty cool state. A lot of culture there. And it's not as rednecky as a lot of the other southern states. Like I wouldn't move to Alabama, for example.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
You were here in the late 90s? Oh, it was a lovely place. It was a lovely place when I moved down here. I mean, it's still, but Florida's experiencing some real problems right now. Especially politically. But like the housing market is just falling apart, and there's a lot of things that are happening that it's becoming very difficult to live around here. I'm lucky I bought my house when I did, but I don't know that I'll be able to stay here with the way things are, the direction things are going. I think we're clear to pull this. Wait, that's okay, well.
Applying credit to account.
So we're gonna have to give up the mounting plate if we want to keep the air filter. The air filter is worth 4 times as much, so that's obviously the thing we're gonna keep. He read about the whole DeSantis. Yeah, and just here in the past couple of days, the Florida, some health-related Florida politician has started an initiative to eliminate all vaccine mandates in the state of Florida, just all of them. So children won't have to get vaccinated to go to like public schools, like at all. I mean, we're already having like measles epidemics, which haven't existed in like decades because of the current political culture and the misinformation, the scare tactic misinformation about vaccines. It's having already having a very real impact on
Raw material accepted.
the health of our people. And the direction they're going is going to get a lot worse. It won't get worse for me because we're talking about kids not being vaccinated and having problems in schools, and I don't have children.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
And I believe fully in vaccinations, so I'm vaccinated against basically everything. But we're going in a very bad direction.
Salvage secured. Account
Here in
credit
Florida.
applied.
But yeah, there was a whole thing between DeSantis and Disney. So DeSantis outlawed. I'm trying to remember what it was. He outlawed a bunch of books, I think, in school libraries. That if they could try to imply that the book had something to do with non-cisgender, you know, like if there was a gay character in the book, then it's not even allowed to be in a school library. It was a bunch of stuff like that. And Disney made a public statement, just saying that that's unfortunate about the direction that DeSantis is going, and of course DeSantis just flipped his wig and tried to punish them by taking away their. So Disney had special land privileges to where Disney is. Like Disney managed like the whole county that they're in instead of the state of Florida. And by doing so, they were saving the taxpayers a ton of money. Because Disney was being responsible for all that stuff. That's where all the Disney stuff is. And so DeSantis punished Disney by taking away their rights to manage all that land. All it's doing is saving Disney a bunch of money and costing the taxpayers a ton. It did not punish Disney at all. But he's too dumb to realize that kind of stuff. It's all the optics. If he can be seen taking things away, then it looks like he's standing up to people. And it's just... And the people who support him won't look any further into it. So they're like, okay, yay! Strong man. Anyway, I try not to get too political on this channel.
Raw material processed.
But yeah, there's...
Credits deposited.
Things aren't as good here as they used to be. But I do like living here. For the most part. I hope that things can stabilize, and I hope that I can stay here and retire here and win the lottery, then really not have to worry about it. That would be an awesome alternative option. Although I'm gonna have to win. I'm gonna have to win this lottery because again, I think this is the first time I've ever bought Powerball tickets since it was incepted. I've always just joked about that I'm going to, and this is the one time I've actually done it. So that might not happen again. Intellectually, I know how huge a waste of it it is to do that. Even when I could afford it, I didn't do it. This one time was an indulgence. Yeah, they, the Canadian winter bird sleep. I don't know if that's I mean, that sounds reasonable. I know there has been discussion about how the housing market is potentially in trouble from an excess in supply, which is contrary to the way it's been for the past few years. But it's not because they're building too many houses. It's because
Hello, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy this inspirational message.
Insurance
the last
is becoming
10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%.
too expensive for homeowners to have.
Which is why it's so important to always give 110%.
There's a lot of insurance companies that just won't insure houses in Florida. Just won't. The ones who are insuring houses are starting to dump their customers. They're just customer. You can be with the insurance company as a customer for a decade or more, never have missed a payment, and then you can just get a letter from the insurance company saying, a risk assessment says we're holding too many assets in your area, so we're dropping your policy. You're just out on there's no recourse. There's nothing you can do about it. So then you have to move to the next more expensive insurance company. And so that is largely at the core of what is becoming the housing crisis in Florida. And it's still on its way. It's still starting to spiral. So we're not at the bottom yet. We don't know where it's going to end up. But like you're talking about the Canadian winter birds flying away from the state. That's probably part of it. It's not necessarily the climate change or anything like that. It's just it's becoming too expensive to maintain a home here. Not necessarily to acquire one, but to maintain it because of insurance issues. I don't know if I'm in the mood to do a javelin. I've been dancing around them all night, and I'm not feeling it. Not feeling the javelins tonight. We're also at 4.5 hours, which is usually our time for four ships, and we've only done 3. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the problems that are down here are self-inflicted from politics, but the climate change is definitely hitting our state. Hurricanes are getting worse. Floods are getting worse. Insurance or energy prices are skyrocketing because it's getting so hot. People are running their ACs more. In addition to just energy costs are going up, the amount of energy we use is going up as well. I think I want to do one more ship. I just don't think I'm going to do a large ship. So there's the Alice Scout. So what? Scout was what I said, right? think that was, so yeah, Scout Patrol Craft. And then the Nomad is the middle one. I think I want to look for a ship that's likely to have posters. The Mackerel Station Hopper, that's a candidate right there. Because that's the one's full of, that's the one that's supposed to be a person transport and is more likely to have posters. Because we're still looking for that stupid poster. I think, you know, when we retired, I talked about whether or not I was going to keep the save or start a new save and just play off camera. And it wasn't until, you know, one of our members of Discord posted that picture of them finding that poster in their save that made me go, now I don't know if I can reset without getting that poster finally. So maybe we start targeting ships that have posters. And I think the Mackerel Station Hopper is a high poster candidate. So yeah, let's do another Mackerel. Probably this be our last ship for the night. And maybe we'll get lucky and get the poster. Maybe it'll be here. This is a fun ship to do. The whole gotta get them all problem, yeah. At this point, it's almost a sunken cost fallacy. Like, we've looked so far, so long for this poster that now we just have to keep going until we find it. We can almost just scan for posters. Posters. Do posters even show up on the scanner? I've never actually looked for them. And mind you, there's one scanner mode that we don't have. The system, I think it's a systems mode. I never picked it up because these are the, I want, no matter which way I scroll the mouse, it's guaranteed to go to the mode that I want. Because there's only 2 modes. If I had 3 modes, then I'd be scrolling through something that I don't need. That's why I never picked up the 3rd mode. I don't even know what it looks like. I literally never bought the system scanner. Even in early access. I don't know what it looks like. I missed when that was rare. Oh, cool. I never actually noticed the ring over there. Oh, nope. I was trying to point. I always watched that and I never saw the... You can see something new after this much time. Alright, nothing else on the outside, right? We got the one antenna. There aren't any sticking backwards. No, there aren't. You use the system scanner a lot? Yeah, you should check it out, see if it shows up. Like I said, I don't even know what it looks like.
Airlock depressurizing.
Just, I mean, the 2 modes that I have show me everything I care to see. So no matter what the other mode shows me, it's not something I need.
Pressurizing.
It might be useful, but I don't find it necessary. Oh, data drive.
Phono text reading, message ID 445896. Hey babe, how's it going back home? I heard that the air quality has gotten worse pretty much everywhere on Earth. Don't go out unless you have to, please. I'm good here. They had an inauguration for another mine last week and you won't believe it, they gave us beer. I mean, you'd barely call it beer. It's this dehydrated stuff they mix with alcohol and fizzy water, but hey, gets the job done. You remember Ryan? Came up from Florida when it was evacuated? Well, he drank way too much of the stuff and started taking his suit off. Bunch of us had to tackle him before he completely vented and died. Classic Ryan. Oh, my back stopped hurting by the way. Stuff's much lighter here and lifting is easier. They're paying me next week, so you should see it in the account. Was thinking maybe you could get yourself some fruit or a real beer to celebrate with me. Miss you, babe. Can't wait to bring you here.
Interesting that it was a robotic voice.
Air pressure level decreasing.
I think that we, you know, to that question earlier about do we have all the data drives, I suspect we have all the story ones, and that we probably just have those flavor text ones, you know, that you can just listen to the audio and don't have to decrypt. So, as far as ships that are likely to give us the poster we're looking for, this seems to be a bust, because there is 0 posters on it. A little bit disappointing.
Airlock depressurizing.
Yeah, human bones quickly become weaker and more brittle in 0 gravity. That is true. Why it's so important for astronauts to constantly exercise. I always think it's funny to see them on the treadmill, because they're strapped down to the treadmill, like there's bungee cords strapped to their waist, and they pull them down to the treadmill so they can run in place. So they don't actually have artificial gravity. All right, let's. So the walls are depressurized too. Yeah. All right. Changing bone density is permanent. Sure about that? I know that we've had people who've been in the ISS who've had real long recovery times if they've been there for an extended period, but if they've always said it's full recoveries.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
I know I'd be down for a trip to Mars. You know, like a 9-month trip or whatever it is on a one-way trip. I could totally do that.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Assuming that I have a computer to interact with along the way. Everything is electrified in here. Dangerous. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I know that they can lose bone density. I just. Didn't think that was permanent through proper rehabilitation. But I'm not a doctor, so. It is outside of my expertise. Bring on, buddy. There you go.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Yeah, constant exercise doesn't stop it completely. Yeah, I think that's been a lot of the argument of long-term, living in space, is that there probably does need to be some type of artificial gravity to address those health problems. Wow, that was really stuck on there.
Valuable object processed.
Oh,
Credits
there was another
awarded.
2, 3. Okay, I think there wasn't another panel, but I thought I had pushed them both down. Apparently, I had not. Well, I mean, if you have a heart problem, I don't think you necessarily want to just go to
Credits transferred.
go to space to solve that problem.
Salvage secured. Credits
You
deposited.
can mostly address heart problems with just taking aspirin daily. You know, or whatever N said
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
that you need.
5 minutes left, Cutter, okay?
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Did that or something else? I thought. Not. Yeah, I guess you're good alone, buddy.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Valuable object accepted for processing.
Well, you know, here in the U.S., I guess we're already setting up for a
Salvage deposited. Applying
long-term
credit to
presence on the
account.
moon. That's what the was it the Artemis program that's going on right now? I
Salvage
think it's like
deposit
stage
confirmed.
3 of it or something like that. It's
Applying
supposed to
credit.
be. I think stage 3 is the landing on the moon again. I think that the goal is to start setting up for a base on the moon. Because they were
Salvage
talking
accepted.
about
Credit applied.
needing to put an RTG on the moon as part of the Artemis missions. The RTG is the power source, the nuclear. I don't know what it stands for. Radio something something. Japan as well. I mean, Japan, are they
Salvage
actively sending
deposit secured. Credits awarded.
astronauts now? 'Cause, I mean, the Artemis stuff's already started.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
We weren't interested in going back to the moon until China decided they were going to go to the moon. And then suddenly we're like, oh yeah, no, moon, that's our thing. We were always wanting to go there. It has nothing to do with you guys.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Just thinking about cutting it off right where it is, but let me just send the bracket into the. Radioisotope thermoelectric generator. That's the thing. That's the RTG. Thank you. It's one of those things that once you learn the anagram for it or whatever it is, that I forget what it actually stands for.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
credits.
I saw a video the other day. I think it might have been from Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about why they would do settlement. You know, if we're
Not
putting,
much time left, Cutter. 1 minute to go.
if Artemis is going to put a settlement on the moon, that they're targeting the polar regions. The reason why they're targeting the polar regions, primarily, is because there are parts of the polar regions that never are exposed to the sun because of craters.
Salvage deposit registered.
Like
Account credited.
the angle of the polar region on the moon gets daytime, but it gets it at such an angle that meteor impact craters in those areas can be deep enough that the sun never hits the bottom of the crater. And anywhere on the moon that never gets sun stays so cold that water will never melt. Just never. There's no time where it ever gets the energy for the ice to melt back into water and thusly boil off, you know, in no pressure, and then boil off the moon. So over the millennia and the millions of years of meteor impacts, anytime any impact has deposited water, that water is still there. And so that's why the polar regions is where the water is going to be. And just the amount of water that can be present there because of the fact that those craters never, ever, ever, ever see sunlight. So basically for the entire history of the moon, they've been accumulating water. Which I thought was a very interesting fact. It's something I had never,
Cutter
you know, I
934-52. Your designated
I had always
sleep period
accepted
is
that
now over. Have a
they
great
could have
day.
water beneath the surface because, you know, meteors can impact and then it can be covered up. And then the water is trapped in the soil, or the regolith. But I had never thought about the fact that it can just be sitting on the surface because the ice will never melt because there's literally never a time when there's ever sunlight on it. So yeah, it's like minus 200 degrees or something like that. Yeah, and as long as there's water, you can make water, you can rocket fuel out of the water. There's just so much you can do as long as there's water, but that's the reason. Excuse me. That's the reason why the polar regions are so key for having water. It was something I'd never considered. I think really, it's one of those just really cool facts that once you hear it, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. All right, doors. So we're gonna pull the power. Well, actually, the reactor isn't the power; it's little purple cubes. But we gotta make sure that we don't need anything to be opened, right? The doors open, everything is depressurized. Let's get rid of this.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I love little science tidbit things like that.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
They just don't really think about, and just make so much sense once you understand them. Bye bye.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Knowledge and technology from Apollo spacesuits has been lost. You mean they forgot how to make them? That's not something I've heard.
Deposit accepted for processing.
I know the spacesuits are ridiculously expensive, and yeah, the price is paramount. Super crazy.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Oh, stop sparking. Oh, there's more. The lights have not gone out.
Salvage secured.
Can't pull those
Account
yet.
Credit applied.
We need to get into the inner hull. You need to come off. They're just like floating there. Things in the way. Levers. Away from the thingy. How did you not get the other one? Move. Still paranoid about getting near that tank, so I'm cutting from max range. Woo! The laser went through the... I know that shouldn't be able to ignite, but still, that made me really nervous. Cell. One piece, we can send it all down.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
And that time I legitimately missed it. Well, I liked Doctor Who's explanation for why the human race decided to go to the moon. Because aliens needed a spacesuit to raise a child. You know, from back when Doctor Who was actually worth watching. God, that show has gone so off the rails. I should be careful saying that around my European audience, but I feel like that might be a widespread
Salvage secured.
opinion.
Applying credit.
they're locked to decompressed, depressurized. Stopped watching after Capaldi, I think is who you're talking about. Capaldi and the female doctor came in. Yeah, I mean, I liked Capaldi, but I didn't like his doctor. He was just, the way he was written was terrible. That was the beginning of the end of Who for me. Matt Smith is definitely my doctor. I mean, I loved Tennant and Chris Eccleston. I watched a little bit of Who when I was young, but not enough to have an opinion about the pre-reboot series, seasons. 2005, you know, restart. What we're talking about, I'm talking about the reference was the River Song storyline. The Matt Smith doctor and not there. Stop doing that. Off. Great. When River Song and Matt Smith and Amy Pond go they go to America and watch the Apollo launch. And there was the girl, the little girl who called the White House, and they found the Apollo spacesuit that she had been living in, and that was their explanation for why humans went to the moon, was because aliens needed a spacesuit. So it was the silence, who could implant memories in people's heads and suggestions. So the silence had infiltrated the world and got America to go to the moon so that they could get a spacesuit. Yeah, that was their explanation.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
You know, it goes in line with what you were saying about the spacesuit basically being a mini spacecraft on its own. That's...
5 minutes left, Cutter. You know what you're doing?
No, apparently I don't,
Okay.
DD, because that was definitely not the thing I should have been grappling. This right here. That's part of the cockpit. There's a nice color scheme on this. Green, white, and blue. Yeah, I think it was Russell T. Davis is what you're thinking of. Or Russell T. Davies. Davis. I think Davies. I think Davies is Greg Davies is the Davies I'm thinking of, which is Taskmaster. I think it's Russell T. Davis,
Applying credit.
the showrunner you're talking about. I think you're right. That probably was a Russell T. Yeah, it's a very smooth color scheme. Nice. Oh, and it flips. Blue, predominantly blue on this side to green, and that one was green on the wings. It was inverted. It's a good green. Good green and good blue. They worked well together. Alright, those are still energized. There's another cube still eluding us.
Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Probably, I'm going to say on the port side of the cockpit. I think we passed by the
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
starboard side, and it had two cooling tanks.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Yeah, so the female doctor was, Jodie Whittaker, I think.
Salvage secured.
Again,
Credits deposited.
just like Capaldi, I had no problem with Whittaker's
Tether supplies dropping.
performance as a doctor. It was entirely the writing. Like, Whittaker seemed like if they had given her a good doctor to play, then it would have been a fun doctor to watch. But they
Salvage
made the
deposit
same
secured. Credits
problem that
awarded.
I've seen in other shows, where they wanted to have a female lead, but not have her be female.
Processor deposit accepted.
Like somehow you can't have a strong woman who's still feminine, and you know women don't. Oh, lost a console.
Rewards allocated.
It's like they're afraid to have a strong woman act like a woman,
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
and so they go out of their way to make them man-like, and want to have credit for them being,
Ship's almost done, Cutter.
you know,
1
we
minute
got a
left.
woman, but we're afraid to have a woman in the role, so we're gonna have a woman that looks and acts like a man. It's the same problem with Voyager, Star Trek, Captain Janeway. Actress was great. Character was basically a guy. They were just afraid to have an actual woman, you know, a woman character. Now, my opinion, like, I knew that they were wanting to get a female lead for Doctor Who, and I had no problem with there being a female lead for Doctor Who. I think there was a huge potential there, but they had two female Time Lords. At the time that they switched over to Whittaker, they already had two female Time Lords, and either one of them could have taken the Doctor's place while the Doctor was on sabbatical, without having to worry about are our viewers going to be mad that the Doctor became a woman? Like, I didn't have a problem with the Doctor becoming a woman, but they could have avoided their concern about the Doctor being feminine and still had a female lead. Because so they had written it perfectly. Like, it was one of the best Capaldi episodes. Was his, I think, his last episode, or second to last episode, which was the one when he was on the Generation ship with Missy, and Missy was the master
Hello,
in female
Shipbreaker.
form,
This is your morning
and through a
wake-up
lot
call.
of earned character growth of us seeing the Missy version of Master, she was starting to fight her inner demons and try to live a different path, trying to follow a different path. And they had the scene where she said, "It's time to stand with the Doctor." You know, we had seen her. I mean, it was good writing. It was really good writing because they never compromised the character, right? The master is twisted, and he's not malicious for the sake of being malicious. He's just that's his brain, right? He's a madman. And the Missy version of him still had those inner demons, but was trying to find a different way to be. And she, you know, we saw throughout that episode, you know, like what would the doctor do? You know, and then she would come up with what he would do, but her default was a more sadistic way of getting it done, or a less caring way, and she had to learn through it. Like, no.
Account credit applied.
Save the people by doing, you know. And there was actual character growth and progression there, and it was great, and it was earned through good storytelling. And you know, we had the point where the doctor was fatally wounded and came up missing, and that was an opportunity for him to exit the show, at least for like maybe for a season or two, if they just wanted to do that. The doctor's missing because who knows, he could be anywhere, right? For story purposes, he can be literally anywhere other than on camera. He's just missing, and you can come up with thousands of reasons for why he's missing for X amount of time. And so for you know, 2 or 3 seasons, which is the typical length of a doctor before they switch doctors, we could have had Missy filling in for the doctor, because she literally said, "What, you know, it's time to stand with the doctor." She made that statement. She made that call.
Caution. Tethers depleted.
That she was gonna try to live by his code, and there was just a mountain of storytelling potential there of
Salvage secured.
seeing
Applying
Missy
credit.
do right while fighting the inner demons to take the shortcut to, you know, and
Welcome to
I mean,
Ventura.
wow,
Now
this
that-
the thought of what that storyline could have been like is just amazing. And it was I think it was when it was Russell T Davies was exiting the show. I think it was his last episode.
Object
And he
processed.
basically took his toys and went home. He killed off Missy, killed off the doctor, killed off the master. He literally killed everyone in the same episode. And then just exited the show. It's like, that was like, what? Well, were you worried that they were going to use the stuff that you had came up with? You know, it seemed petty. And very disappointing. There was so much potential there, but we could have had,
Salvage
you know, Missy was a great example of having a very strong female character who is both feminine and unquestionably the strongest person on the screen, right? Anywhere Missy was, she dominated everything. And it was an awesome character. And she could have easily have been the lead for a little while, and then Doctor could have came back. But if they didn't want to compromise, you know, the traditional master, because the master is,
Applying credit to account.
you know, supposed to be adversarial, they could have brought Jenny back, right? Jenny, the Doctor's daughter, is canonically still lying around the universe somewhere, saving worlds.
Salvage deposit.
We've never seen her
confirmed.
since the
Applying
one
credit.
episode she was in. Doctor could have come up missing, and she could have came back looking for him. That could have been, you know, 2 or 3 seasons of her filling in for her dad, and, you know, in search for the Doctor, and it could have ended with her finding him and then going back about her way, and the Doctor taking over the show again. Strong female lead.
Salvage deposit registered.
Would have been
Account
endless
credited.
potential on the, you know, storytelling potential. Doctor Who would have been able to say, look, we got a female lead,
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
and you know, just such wasted potential. Instead, we got Jodie Whittaker, who dressed like a little boy with the butch haircut, because they were afraid to actually have a female lead.
Credit to account.
And it's just, you know, I feel like the Doctor Who audience is mature enough to have an actual woman leading the show without it being a manly woman. Obviously, I have opinions on it. I have opinions on it. It feels like it was a wasted potential. I didn't even bother watching the current series. What's his name? The current Doctor, the one that just regenerated. I can't think of his name. He apparently is a accomplished young, you know, just coming up in his career actor. But the character was just
Deposit secured. Credits
so
awarded.
not the Doctor. Like his first episode, he's dancing in a nightclub, and then he murders an entire spaceship full of Goblin characters, like the Goblin King and all the characters. Right? You know that's always been like one of the guiding principles through all the seasons of the Doctor has been, you know, he always gives the opponents a chance to redeem themselves or to stop what they're doing before he has to annihilate them. No, it was just,
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
well, let's just murder everybody. Let's just kill everything. And it was look, I'm the happy-go-lucky Doctor who loves to dance and sing and murder entire rooms full of people.
Rewards
The Doctor made no sense. Like, pick a lane. And it was just... Shooty Gatwell is his name. So the Doctor, it's like, it's like the writers didn't know what they wanted to do with the character. And so they just scattershot, did everything and did nothing at the same time. So I was like, I just can't do this. So I saw almost none of that series. And now they're implying, they haven't confirmed it, but they're implying that Billy Piper is going to be the next Doctor. Which will be interesting. Like I like Billy Piper. I loved Rose Tyler. I loved her alternate persona, the Bad Wolf. I thought that was a great storyline. Your terminal ahead. Ah, thank you. Yeah.
salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I don't think they're going to make Billy Piper the next Doctor. I think she's going to be something else. I don't know what. I'm not diverse enough in Who culture to know what, you know. But I don't think she's going to be the Doctor. There's going to be some kind of twist that explains why he seemingly regenerated into Billy Piper.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Well, I mean, I I don't want to spoil or anything, but did you see the last, or have you heard anything about the last episode, the most recent episode of Doctor Who?
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Okay, his illustration. Yeah, that's all we lost.
Hey, Cutter.
Well,
5 minutes left in this shift. All right?
they have directly implied that
Salvage
Billy
deposit
Piper will be the
confirmed.
next Doctor.
Applying credit.
Strongly implied that she's going to be the next Doctor. They've literally done everything except for state she's going to be the next Doctor. And that's the reason why there's doubts that she's going to be the next Doctor, because she was in the show, her name was in the credits.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Yeah, her name was in the show, or her name was in the credits, she was in the show. Her name was in the credits, but it didn't say Billy Piper as the Doctor. That's the reason why there's doubts that she's actually the Doctor. But everything else directly implies that she's the next Doctor. Which I'm not opposed to. I think it would be a weird call. And I think that it's a sign of desperation when they keep bringing back familiar characters to try to revive the show. But that's the only complaint. That's the only concern I'd have about it. Is it's like how they brought back David Tennant as the 14th Doctor for like 4 episodes. And they were fun episodes. I enjoyed watching them. It was great seeing Tennant back. But no one's under any illusion that he was back for any other reason than to try to bring viewers back that they had lost with all the, you know, the shenanigans with Capaldi and Jodie Whittaker. That was all it was. It was
Raw material deposited.
fan service. Which is why he was only around for like 4 episodes. How many regenerations did the Doctor have in the original? Well, in the original lore, it was supposed to be 13 from a lore standpoint. The original series had 8 regenerations, so the new series that started with Eccleston. Eccleston was number 9. And the lore said that there could only be 13 regenerations, but they cheated that. They wanted to have the big finale where he basically gained infinite regenerations. They needed him to run out, but they weren't actually up to 13 yet. So Matt Smith became 13 through BS, basically. They needed him to be the last regeneration. Why do we have that much gray? What did not go? We missed something. There's something still out there. We gotta go back. Since it had already been stated that there's 13 regenerations, and that's it that they get, and they wanted to do the storyline where they gave him infinite regenerations because they knew that they didn't want the show to end after 13. And for some reason they wanted to do that with Matt Smith. He gave an explanation where David Tennant.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Links
David
would
Tennant,
like to share the following message.
his
the only P's permitted in the salvage
Doctor
yard are profit, processor,
technically
and
regenerated
potassium
once.
trifluoromethane sulfonate.
And he redirected his regeneration into his hand. He had his hand in a receptacle. And so they were using that as counting it as a regeneration, so that Tennant then became both the 11th and 12th Doctor under that argument. He used up one of the 13 regenerations. It was a plot hole they were trying to. Oh my! You didn't go in. You don't even. I'm not even giving you a tether. Jerk face. I had full fuel and everything. You made me fly all the way over there for that. And technically, there's now 2 doctors. If you haven't seen the episodes, then so there was the. There might be 14. That's what I'm saying. They fudged the numbers by saying David Tennant was 11 and 12, and now he was also 14. So David Tennant technically has been 3 doctors. Because Tennant came back for the 4-episode 60th special or 60th year special or something like that. And then he regenerated, but he didn't regenerate because the current Doctor, the Ncuti Gatwa Doctor, was a result of I don't even want to say it. It was a bi-generation or something like that. If you have to have seen it to. It was just. Instead of regenerating, the Doctor split into 2 doctors. So Tennant survived the killing blow that would have caused him to turn into a new Doctor, and literally split apart into 2 doctors. So there were 2 doctors. There was Ncuti Gatwa and David Tennant in the same scene. And so David Tennant's Doctor is living with one of his companions now. Like he's a human. Not roaming the universe anymore. Wikipedia consumes that Piper is the most likely the 16th Doctor. No, yeah, like I said, the BBC wants us to believe that Piper is going to be the next Doctor. But they very intentionally didn't call her the Doctor
Morning, Cutter.
in the
It's time
credits.
to begin your workday.
That's not an accident. Every time that they regenerate the Doctor, the end credits lists the name of the new Doctor and it says as the Doctor underneath it. And when they listed her name, they did not say as the Doctor. So they either want us to think she's the Doctor or they want us to think she's not the Doctor. We'll see what happens. But if she becomes the Doctor, I don't think that I think it's going to be like the David Tennant return. They'll have her for like 4 special episodes. And then they'll have a different Doctor. The problem is that Ncuti Gatwa basically ended his contract a year early. He was supposed to have another whole season as a Doctor, and for whatever reason, didn't want to keep doing it. There's been a lot of speculation as to why, but there's extremely strong evidence that he was supposed to be around for another whole season. That they had to reshoot the ending of the last episode to have him regenerate because he wasn't going to regenerate. He wasn't supposed to. It wasn't supposed to be the end of his character. And so they had to scramble and find someone to replace him. And so they probably just called up Piper and said, "Hey, can you stand in for a season?" And they probably didn't call her the Doctor because they didn't yet. They probably still don't know what they're going to do with her. They just had to get that scene shot. So maybe they don't. You know, they might not even know yet if they're going to have her to be the Doctor. So the BBC has been tight-lipped about it. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. If they actually make her the Doctor, I'll watch it. They do like Billy Piper. Kenneth stated that he's too old to be for the role. I mean, he's still acting. I like him. I like him as an actor. I think he's really good. I don't know. Like I said, he's still doing stuff, but if that's what he said. There's no requirements for the role. He does do a lot of running in that role. That's gonna be it. Something I was thinking about earlier, but it's escaped me at this point. Oh, I was considering doing a loading up SAS Factory, SAS Factory, and doing a quick preview of all the work that's been done on the neighborhood. But that's gonna have to wait for the SAS Factory episode. But the neighborhood has come together. It's looking good. I'm happy with it. But I need to get the episode done so I can get it out this week. I don't mind taking 2 weeks to do an episode if it's just what it takes. And SAS Factory is starting to bring in new subscribers, which is good. When I was just streaming, the channel was getting stagnant. We weren't bringing in new viewers. And I want the channel to grow. So that makes me happy to see that there's a new audience out there that's interested still in seeing it, even though I didn't start the series right when 1.0 came out. And SAS Factory announced that they're about to release their console version of SAS Factory. So there's probably going to be another huge influx of new players to SAS Factory. So it's a good time to make sure that I'm working on the series. And it feels good to be back in that game. I enjoy that game so much. I really missed it during my sabbatical from it, but I took the time off so I could get fresh ideas and come back at it fresh. But this was a great session. It was good to dust off Hardspace again. It was great to see a bunch of people come back to the channel to prove to me that Friday is a viable streaming night. That it's if I'm playing something that people want to see, they'll show up. It's not, it was the games I was playing, not the night of the stream. So I can continue to stream on Fridays for the time being, and on whatever it is that's we're streaming. Jump Ship will be coming very soon, or Jump Base. Let's take a look at the calendar. And I think it's coming out on the 19th, so that's 2 weeks from now. Maybe it was the 16th. I thought it was coming out on a Tuesday. Because if it's on the 16th, then 2 weeks from now, we will definitely be streaming Jump Space. '19th. So, it's gonna be coming out on the Friday. It's gonna be cutting it close. week 41, you're unlikely to watch any streams. I don't know what week 41 is. I mean, I know there are 52 weeks in a year, but I don't know which one is number 41. Six. You're doing crazy English. Is that okay? The 10 is the month. Yeah, I don't know what we'll be doing by then. We might, like I said, I'm currently leaning because I wanted to try to do something thematic. So around that time, we might be doing a return to State of Decay 2 as a being around the Halloween season. We'll see when, if so, we'll see when that starts. But of course, like last time, we'll be naming all the characters. It doesn't matter. I like to see my regulars. We'll be naming, if that happens, we'll be naming all the characters after viewers, and of course members of the Discord, community Discord, will have first pick of characters. Well, Patreons will have the first pick of characters, but since I have no patrons, that will fall down to the Discord. Shameless reminder, we do have a Patreon. Links in the description. But we have a community Discord, so anyone watching this who's not part of the Discord, feel free to join. It'd be great to have you. But we're going to go ahead and wrap this. It was a good run. Be sure to leave a like on the way out. I don't know what we're doing next week, or we'll try to do something next week. No promises. I might be busy working on Satisfactory episodes. But we'll see how things go. But thanks everyone for coming out. It was great seeing people again. If you are in the Discord, or if you're watching the VOD, let me know what kind of stuff you are interested in. I know that some games have been hit and miss. Starship Troopers, for example, I don't think we'll be streaming again because they're just people aren't showing up for it. It is what it is. That's fine. But it helps if I know the kind of games that we do play that people enjoy. We can start steering towards them. But thanks again very much for coming out. I'll give you the rest of your night back, and I'm going to go eat dinner. Have a great night, and I'll catch you later. If you enjoyed this, you may want to check out one of these other videos, and thank you very much for your time.